they taken you into account? It's been a long time waiting. Can I shoot you more questions? Will
not on. I guess that one's fine. Sure. Ooh. Chat! It's been a few days. When did I stream last? Fucking like Thursday? Something along those lines. Oof. So this is what we do here. I'm early, but we're doing a multi-world randomizer. So my friends will be in shortly to run a stinking little game with me. We're gonna play some Sonic Adventure 2 for you. Oh, you know what I should turn on? My little freaks in the bottom corner. You know what I could really use? More software. I could use more software being open right now. I might just actually, I'll just leave stream avatars off for this stream. I love stream avatars, but like Sonic Adventure 2 is such a fucking hungry bitch. And OBS is as well. So for the sake of just like everything running better, I'm gonna leave it off. Sorry, everybody. Alright, let's see if Auntie Annie made the, multi-link. Ooh, look at me go. Yeah. This will, I guess before people pop in, I'm gonna talk about the sentimentality of this multi-world. I am moving, which I've been talking about for the past few streams. I'm moving out of Redneckia and move up to Michigan. Excited about it. And, yeah, it's gonna be a grand old time. So this is gonna be my last multi-world, because the move is this Saturday. So, I'm almost out of here. And the last, this will be the last multi-world I do in this apartment and in this fucking state of Redneckia. So, very excited. To Virtue and Waffle, this is just another multi-world. to my knowledge. Yeah, hope you're all doing well. I just got a local burger place, some food from a local burger chain. So I'm in heaven right now. So I just paid less than $13, got a fuckload of soda, got a big ass, just sloppy, sopping burger. And a little cup fucking overflowing with fries. So I'm in a good headspace. I encourage, because I don't do this often myself. I've been kind of branching out myself lately. I encourage, I challenge you in chat. Go find like a local food place or somewhere where you do something regularly, like a chain. Go see if you can find a local place. And go support some local business. Now the place I went to isn't like, you know, the most bare bones. They're not suffering or anything, you know. Like they have 3 locations. They're doing fine. But like, you know, the times are tough, so if you're gonna spend your money somewhere on some business that's just, you know, trying to earn a buck off you, might as well do it somewhere where they're actually gonna try to service you well. Not for the sake of some fucking corporation that's probably committed some war crimes. Probably. Man, I'm just kind of waiting on everybody else. What else I have to talk about? I guess I can talk more about the move. Everything that I need to pack is either kitchen stuff or everything in this build, which I already have the box made for like my PC build, or not my PC, well, yeah, my PC just goes in the same old PC box I've had for a long time. I've got like my Nintendo Switch is gonna go in the box that the Switch comes in, and then I got like another cardboard box and I'm putting a bunch of tiny shit. So like my headphones, the audio box, all that shit is gonna go in there. More or less. So like a few boxes are open because I don't have all the stuff in them yet. There's clothes that I still wear day to day that I haven't done anything with yet. I'm gonna do laundry one last time on like probably like Thursday afternoon. And then that'll be that. So and I'll be honest, Friday I want to stream, and I want to be a big bang, but I don't know what to stream. I don't really know what to do. So if anybody has something specific they want to see me do, my ears are open to that. I don't know. I thought finishing Vampire Survivors might be like cool, maybe. But that, depending on my luck, might not take too terribly long. So all right, we now have 3 YAMLs. Welcome, RP Man fans, to the fucking us waiting on a multi-world. I'm sorry, this is gonna be boring for a while. Raiders, if you feel like getting a stretch break in and they like coming back in 13 minutes, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a multi-world. I'm just talking about my move and stuff. RB Man, Super Mario 64. How you liking that game? Shocking? Yeah, those little fuckers up top on the wet dry world, it's like in one setting they touch you and they shock the fuck out of you, and other ones they don't. They're bullshit. I don't understand that game at all. The only platformers we play on this stream are like Sonic Adventure 2 and Multi-World and like Yooka-Laylee, so I don't know much about that game, but oh, a ROM hack. Interesting. What's up, everybody? I'm going to go for an air break outside and get lung cancer, BRB. Other than the air cancer? Hello. Has a dog named after Aaron. Cute. I love that. I love this. So we have all 3 YAMLs for all of our runners. Right now, I don't know who's setting it up. So hazy and smoky out there again. I just went out. I don't know. Redneck is close to like a border area of like factories. The flags that are ruining my atmosphere. Anyway, Raiders, if you don't know me, my name is Aiden Iona. My pronouns are they, she. And this is going to be a multi-world in like 13 minutes where we're all playing a different game, randomized, but they're connected to each other through a server. So our item checks are randomized throughout each other's games, despite not playing the same game. I do Sonic Adventure 2 most of the time when I do this, because I'm a fucking masochist. I don't know why I do this to myself. See if we get the track to work. Hey! It has stuff on it that's from a different seed I was doing with Kay off stream. that's not relevant to anything. Urza, what's up? I think I'm just gonna start setting up. I'm just gonna be an impatient bitch and do that. So I'm just gonna download everybody's YAMLs now. Earlier, I was like, it had to win around like 2. I was like, hey, here's my YAML. Turns out that didn't translate to, hey, who's setting up, not me. So now I'm gonna go set that up. Yeah, sorry Raiders that you come into setting up and boredom, but it's about to get wild and stinky and crazy in like 10-ish, 15-ish, 20-ish minutes, maybe. I'm just sitting here chilling and talking to chat. I'm more or less ready. Let me get Waffle's YAML instead of being a liar. Let me pick their shit out here. It's about to get fucking Tuesday, innit? I named the stream Tuesday, and then I realized this is MULTIGIRLS 8. This is MULTIGIRLS episode 8. How you doing, Julia? Julia's the co-founder of MULTIGIRLS. We both did the first MULTIGIRLS ever we did together. It's ours. To those who came in the raid, I'm moving this Saturday, actually. So, this is the last multi-world I'm doing in my home state of Redneckia. So that's exciting. To the other 2 writers, it's just a normal multi-world. To me, this is a big, exciting deal. I'm hanging in there. How are you doing? I'm setting up. I'm good. I just got some local burger in me. I got some local board gear, as they say. So I'm like, I'm in it to win it right now, honestly. I have the sudden realization, was MULTIGIRLS an egg moment? For me? For you? For you, I can't answer that. For me, no. I've been out for years. For Waffle? You have to ask her, I don't fucking know. For those who don't know the history of MULTIGIRLS, Urza brings up an interesting point, actually. Because, there was I feel bad saying it in hindsight, but it's on VOD. Hope the movie goes well, it always sucks. I'm okay with it, but thank you, Aaron. I'm gonna set up the multi-world now. I hope everybody's okay with what I set up, because otherwise, I don't give a shit. MULTIGIRLS 3 or 2, I think. We had Waffle on because we didn't go into it thinking this is another MULTIGIRLS episode. And this is before Waffle was out of the closet. So, Ducky and I basically put it out as a joke, like, Waffle, are you comfortable with us calling this? Like, and we asked for her, like, permission, like, hey, is okay if we call it MULTIGIRLS 2 or MULTIGIRLS 3 or whatever the fuck, and you could be an honorary multi-girl for the night? And they said, sure. So, congrats to Waffle, who will be here shortly to call me a fucking asshole for even bringing this up. There's the spoiler log. Create new room. I've seen this room. There it is. You're the one that brought. Okay. Well, if they get offended, I'll point fingers. I'm sure they're fine. What am I looking for? Team. Oh, there we go. My partner is also texting me and I'm ignoring them. If there's more and more evidence you need, then I'm an asshole. This is it. It's burning a hole in my fucking brain. Like, I want to go answer it. I want to go see what the fuck is up. But I got people watching. Alright, let's at least get Sonic Adventure 2, like, on the screen. Let's update the multi-world. The multi-world, the tracker. That's what I meant to say. What are we starting with? Okay. That might not be too bad. Let's open the actual game. So at least, like, have that on screen. Screen, no. So I feel like full screen crashes it. I also have this weird new glitch where there's a specific boss, and if I play it with the Cream mod and or the Eggman Forklift Certified mod, it like crashes the game on the Eggman versus Cream boss, otherwise known as the Tails versus Eggman boss. So I don't know what the fuck is up with that, gang, but whatever. All right, I'm like super set now. Okay, there we go. Everybody, I responded to my partner. The two of us are now back to domestic bliss. The tension has been relieved. It is over. We're fine. You can all uncrick your spines now. Take a little stretch. That was weird timing for the song. Whoa! Thank you, Jetstream Sam. 42. The 42nd. For the follow. Jetstream Sam. What a name. What am I looking for?
Ice cold water.
Water is not the answer to my question. I'll drink it anyway, thank you. Thanks for looking out. I probably haven't drank enough water today. So that's probably for the best. I got soda, I got water, and I got some French fries out the ass. Let's get my friend's little stinking little pronouns on the screen. How about that shit? That can be Virtue. Whenever she gets here. Oh, that one's already said the Virtue. Well, I fucked that up then. That can be Waffle. Bada boom. Yo, come on! Sick nasty. Sick nasty. Sick nasty. And now we wait. And now we wait, everybody. Should probably figure out dinner. Dinner's nice to have. I've been gushing over this local burger I had this whole fucking stream. I'm about it. Let's see, where are we at? Nobody said anything one way or another, so I'm just gonna wait on my compatriots. Hey, I got a grand idea, chat. Belated birthday sushi is fucking good. Can't lie about it. I got a grand idea for you all. An absolutely stunning, amazing idea. Let's I do this every once in a while when we're just waiting on people. Posture check is probably good. I just like cracked my spine and then defaulted back into like, let's just hunch over like a fucking shrimp mode. Let's learn some Japanese while we wait. Here, let's learn some Japanese real quick. What do you think? What is this? Oh, I got a new thing. All right, time for you all to see how much I suck at Japanese. Here we go. I only practice this like once a day. It's I should probably turn down the fucking massive sound of the Sonic soundtrack while I do this, maybe. All right.
花です
Hana des.
花です
I'll be real. I don't remember what the
Hana.
fuck that means.
です
It means the existence of Hana. It's a name. Is it though?
花ですこんにちはです
And that's hello? Am I understanding this correctly? Ah.
こん
see
にちは
chat.
ケンです
Konnichiwa is hello. I think that lingo has reached the States. I think we know about this.
こんにちはケンです
What's Hanabi?
こんにちはこんにちはケンですケンです
So this says, hi Ken? This is hello, I'm Ken. You know,
ケンです。どうぞよろしく。
this is what happens when you ignore Duo, the little green bird, and you don't do shit on this Japanese thing for like fucking half a year. That's what that is. Thank you, Aaron.
Goes the dynamite.
Boom! Thank you. Alright, cool. Talking Bear. Yeah, okay, so all the other... They have, like, Duolingo characters now. There's, like...
That's from the live album.
That was a lot to process at once. Thank you, Aaron, for gifting a sub to Urs. I appreciate you. This is... Oh god, I don't know what the fuck that means. I haven't seen that word in like 3 months.
どうぞよろしく。
You know, that makes sense. Dozo
どうぞよろしく。
yoroshiku.
どうぞよろしく。
Nice to meet you. Okay. I need to make
こ
a
んに
year
ちは
subscription
どうぞよろしく
badge. Because it's coming up and I never made a year. Bill Sprout Pog you? I've never seen that used in verb form before. I don't have anything against it.
こんにちはどうぞよろしく
こんにちはどうぞよろしく
That it? Konnichiwa dozo yoroshiku. I won't remember this by the time we're like setting up the multi-world and getting done. Actually, you know what I should do? Let's at least like connect AP. Because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna say I'm set, and then everybody's gonna be like, I'm ready, and it's not gonna connect the archipelago. There we go. Now we're good. All right, let's go back to the real reason you're here. It's Japanese. I know what you all want. I'm Ken. Hello. Ken
ケン
des. Konnichiwa. Easy fucking language for
花で
babies.
すこんにちは
I'm Hana. Hello. Easy fucking language for babies. I need you to understand how much I suck at this. I can barely read half of like the symbols down there right now because I got like real good at hiragana, and then it introduced katakana, and I forgot like a lot of the hiragana after I took a dip from Duolingo for a while, and like most of this section of learning that they expect you to do over the course of a few months in Duolingo for Japanese is in katakana because it's trying to teach you much of words you already know. In which case they use katakana because that's how they colloquially teach you shit that's like common in Western culture as well as used in the East. What's funny is that I just deleted this app off my phone because I haven't used it in months. You gotta learn, I don't know, whatever language you learn. I started German forever ago because I took German in high school I never finished any of the Duolingo shit for it. Let me check on my pals. Okay, Waffle will be here in like a few minutes. They're trucking. I'm Ken.
です
Ken desu dou zoyo
どうぞ
roshiku.
よろしく
Easy. Duo's sweating because they're so fucking enamored in how amazing I am at learning Japanese. Not speaking it. Like, oh god, it's a hard exercise. Jesus Christ. I'm Hana. Nice to meet you. All right, we learned this at the beginning. I can figure this out, chat. We can do this.
花です
Hana desu. Dozo
どう
yoroshiku.
ぞよろしく
Dozo yoroshiku. Got it. That's not a hard one. I've answered like 4 other ones that are literally just that with a different name in.
Hana
Duolingo's
desu.
fucking drunk.
こん
Watch me
に
get
ち
it wrong. Nope, I got it right. One of the weird things that you have to get used to in Japanese, the native English speakers, the switch from subject, verb, object to subject, object, verb. It fucks with me so fucking bad. It fucks with me so fucking bad. You have no clue. Plus, like, I'm in English. I'm not just a native English speaker. I'm an English major. Like, I had to learn grammar to get a degree. Which you wouldn't know from hearing me talk or stream. I sound like a bumbling buffoon 9 times out of 10. What do we got here? Oh, okay, Waffle's doing 2 seeds. Waffle is like the master at Timespinner, so them doing 2 seeds is normal. I guess everyone else is just doing Timespinner. There's Virtues. She usually just does this Lunaeus. I do something with 2 battle most of the time I do multi-world. Same though. It's rough. It's rough. Sonic songs, chat. I'm excited for this multi-world now. Mostly because I'm hyped up on a fuckload of sugar and I ate that burger way too fast, so like I can feel the meat pumping through my veins.
You eating meat too fast again, Aiden?
Listen. Listen.
I'm listening.
No. Why isn't your thing showing up?
Because
there
I'm,
you
I'm not up yet. I should be live.
There you go. No, it's it was a Fuji issue. It was user error. It's not your problem.
I'm gonna hit live now.
Sick nasty. I'm gonna pull up everybody's schnitt. How you doing, Virtue Cat VT?
Hello there, Randomrings Iona, Aiden, whatever the fuck you want to be called today.
That's not my name.
I know it's not.
That's not my name.
Aiden Randomrings Iona, I'm sorry.
Did I not make a Virtue command yet?
How could you do this? How?
I don't know. I can't even spell your name right. Well, in case you're ever thinking about changing your fucking branding to Virtue Cat, no one is taking it.
Good. Nor
So you
should they
know.
have. Oh, remove those.
Is this the one? That's the one. And at the link I pinned in chat, if it's still there, did it go away? Bitch.
Depends on when you pinned it. Did you pin it before you went live?
No. I must
Then I
have
don't
just accidentally
could've
hit
hit
like
it.
20-minute counter or something.
Oh yeah, possibly. Well, repin it.
I pinned the wrong fucking thing. There we go.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
Thingy.
goody good gosh.
I got all this Japanese knowledge in my brain now. I'm basically a native speaker after that fucking shit I just did on stream. Now I can't do anything else.
Oh. Jeez.
Anyway, chat, if you click that link I just put, or put an exclamation multi, at any point during the stream, you can watch all three of our screens at one time.
Indeed. Use it.
Go to the category link.
5 minutes. My blood. To you folks in 5. It's been 6 minutes, Waffle. Where the hell are you?
Wow. Can't believe they just like fucking lie like that. It's fucked up.
Right? I know, right? I can't believe this. I just cannot believe it. Being stood up here. Look at this, Aiden. We're being stood up.
This is my last multi-world stream in Redneckia, and they're
And you're being
fucking
stood up.
late.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe it either. I just cannot believe it.
Oh,
How could they do this?
Who does that song? They my mistakes.
Yep, that's it. That's the one.
The night goes on.
Yeah, it's something like that.
How could this happen to me?
Oh, I think my game's too loud again. Yay.
Can't have that.
Live adjustment of everything.
Every once in a while, people want to see the behind the scenes of the VTuber space. So,
No, you don't. I promise.
okay.
I mean, if you want to be one, yes, you want to see behind it so you know what you're getting yourself into.
I legit had the evil fucking thought today of taking all the fucking Vroid shit you showed me and looking up
Oh,
some
no.
more free assets. And instead of making what I look like, hi Waffle, instead of making what I look like, make my Birdsona finally that I've been talking about for like 8 months, and then just
Oh, yeah.
put it in fucking 3D VTuber form.
Oh, come on, don't do this, please.
Fine, I won't do the Birdsona.
Not
Christ.
you! Not you.
Jesus.
This... Hold on, can I...
Hi Waffle.
Hi, Waffle. Waffle is still
They
not
muted?
with us.
That's fine. They popped up on my screen. So I took that as I am here, I am present.
Yeah.
How about now?
Now we hear you!
Wow.
There we go.
Welcome to the land of the audible.
Huh? Okay.
Alright, I gotta go in and clear out the last week's seeds.
That's not what we wanted. All right, let me get the server again.
Gotta make sure
This is
I only
actually,
get rid of last week's seeds.
This is actually a test, actually, now you mention it. I've never, because I'm doing a date night, like what we call a half sync with Kay off stream. And Sonic Adventure 2 is not finished. I've never ran like, you know, like 2 consecutive seeds, same mod loader, you know, and all that shit. So we're gonna see if it doesn't explode, but we won't find out until off stream. But this is a test. It should work.
I would assume so. Like, I assume people can play multiple copies of Sonic Adventure 2 in 8B.
But sometimes Sonic Adventure 2 battle just crashes because you have a weird character mod in the fucking Eggman boss fight in space, and none of the other
Yeah.
ones. So
Yeah, maybe just, I don't know.
that's why I'm like curious. All right. Waffle, were you here earlier? Urza asked a potentially offensive question. I was gonna see if you wanted to field it or not. You don't have to.
I scrolled back in the chat and I saw the question.
You don't have to answer it, but if you would like to indulge him, it's all you.
Do you want to ask the question again for my viewers?
Okay, so Urza MTG, friend of the channels, asked, was MULTIGIRLS 2 or 3, whichever one, featuring Waffle of Waffle Soup, an egg moment?
Not exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Go on.
Oh, that's a pun. God damn it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Continue. Ignore me.
No, that's it. I don't know. I
Okay.
don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. There you go, Urza.
Yeah.
Thanks. So you can. Anyways. Thank egg. I don't know how I feel about whatever the fuck that is. That's a Twitch global emote? What the fuck is that? Okay.
Don't know either.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah, Twitch Global means anyone can use it anywhere on
No,
Twitch.
what does the thank egg mean?
Yeah, what is that?
Because he's shaped like an egg because he's thinking by doing the really bow. Or maybe it's because he's bald. I don't know.
I don't know either. There's so many layers to this. That's all you had with the egg? Yeah, I got nothing for you. Maybe I'll have to make a... See, that's a good egg emote.
That's egg.
Yeah, no,
That's an egg.
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 No, that's a fucking egg emote. Not to push anybody, I genuinely don't care, because I'll be up all night anyway. I am ready.
I am also ready.
I'm ready.
Hello, Fran! Is an egg. Yes, that's an egg.
Egg.
All right. I'm going to count down.
Sounds good.
MULTIGIRLS, 8, in 3, 2, 1, go! I forgot to turn off the music, so I actually wasn't ready. When I pushed through the conversation and said I'm ready, I fucking lied. All right, I'm good now.
We need hard-boiled Greg here now. Yeah, now that I get it.
Hard-boiled Greg.
Oh my gosh.
I love hard-boiled
game's-
Greg, dude.
Game's still loaded. Takes forever to load on the first round around. I don't know why he does this.
Around.
It's hello. Oh right, I don't have speedy seed this time.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gun.
What's this? Oh, good. I was just gonna ask, how's everybody's starting loadout for Timespinner looking?
Gun.
Empire minus and regular Storm Eye. So, we're fine.
Okay.
Oh, I have Storm Eye Plus. Regular gun orb and Storm Eye Plus. Yes, I turned on damage rando as well.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'm adding a whole bunch of new flags this time.
Acres.
Which damage rando did you take?
Mostly buffs because
Okay.
I just wanted to see how yeah. So I haven't used it before, so.
Mm-hmm.
And since I'm doing a lot of other new flags this time. Oh, thanks for the Kobo. Oh, so weird not having the Teleria attachment. So weird. Oh, okay. Have some flash.
Also minus.
Have some flashy. Minus, unfortunately, which sucks.
Wheel.
if you-
Pursuit.
Nice.
So weird not doing speed.
So in the Day Night Multi-World Kay and I are doing off stream, we've done 2 sessions of it. Super Mario 64 held shit so bad that we each agreed to have one cheat item for each of our seeds for each game. And Timespinner, I'm stuck at the end of the game because I'm miserably underleveled. The good news is Ma is
Ooh.
Sandman, like Sandman is Ma. But the nightmare check is a Lana, and I'm heavily underleveled.
Unfortunate.
It's
Think I can
bad.
make this? Okay, yes, I can make that.
It's cursed as fucking shit.
Soup. Oh, this is definitely a pain. This is definitely not something I'd normally do, but I just wanted to extend it since I'm only doing 1 seed.
I'm only playing the game through once.
Oh,
That's what you just said.
What do you got against me?
You know what? You're right. You're right. I shouldn't judge because I am the resident Timespinner pleb in this call.
Right.
I don't even do Geyer.
Logic.
Yeah, I mean, I have the Geyer checks off. Ooh!
Water mask.
I can even
that's
play my
good.
own game. The first death was intentional. The other ones are me just fucking up.
That's something. Did I get nothing yet? No, I have nothing yet.
PRD?
Oh my god. I cannot do the skip right now, gang.
I mean, it's good that I have the water mask because my Lake Desolate is flooded. Ironic.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, just keep in mind that's out of logic, so you don't have to do water checks right away.
What do you mean?
I glitched down there to get that without the water
Oh.
mask.
Love that.
I still can't get up there because I don't have anything to. It's not super flooded, so I can't get the. I can't get the jump check. Come on, go down, please. Thank you.
Here we go.
Go away. Grab up.
Anyone have Deathlink on?
Nope.
Maybe I didn't try hard
Why?
enough.
I was
Corruption.
wondering
really?
if I need to be hitting the save points or not.
Oh,
This is Flying Dog.
Nope, you can skip all the saves you want.
Entering security hole. Preparing to attack.
see what I get. Wow, just some hip up.
Some hip up.
The hip up. The hip up.
Hip-ups.
Kiss you a little hip up.
I just can't kill rid of these little hip-ups.
Oh, alright. That sucks. Forgot I'm supposed to play the other game before I get sent a neurotoxin trap. Alright. Soup will be stuck at the starting area for
Oh,
longer.
no.
Damn.
How do I get up there?
Uh,
Oh no.
that just didn't send a check. There we go.
Okay.
Damn
Was
it.
it the
How
emblem?
do you-
Yeah, there you
How
go.
do I do it? Wait a minute. How do I do this without Talaria?
You jump off the water, I think.
No, there's not enough water. No, there's no water here.
My basement is flooded. Okay.
'Cause I don't have time stop or. Because that's the problem. Is it just. Ugh. Hold on, maybe I can. Nope, that's not it either. Nope, can't be that way. There it is. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Oh, thank you for some equipment.
Oculus ring.
Something. No, it actually gives me a lot of stuff. A lot of stats. Gun orb this early is not the best.
It's weird. I like it, but it's weird.
Oh no, this early it's just not great because all the enemies are like really clustered together.
No, you're right, actually.
I mean, it's a great orb. I love the orb. It's just this early.
This is a Gorb Enjoyer stream.
Oh, I enjoy the gore.
Oh, well, I need to leave then.
Orb?
Got it.
Behold, orb. Yes. Behold.
I'm so sorry,
orb.
Waffle.
What did you do? What did you send them?
No,
Well, it
it's
sounds
I
like a chaos
don't enjoy.
train.
I don't enjoy Gorb.
Oh,
I said this is a Gorb Enjoyer stream. Waffle's like, oh.
damn.
This has
Don't
been a
have
very
orb?
exclusionary fucking stream for Waffle specifically. I don't know why. This
Like-
wasn't the intention.
Not technically an extreme, not a Gorb enjoyer. Like, what is even up? Oh, jeez. Bye.
Alright, so we have Azure Queen at Panterin with or minus. Actually, Forbidden Tome might be better.
Oh boy. Time for. Oh, wait. Let's see
A
who I
little
get.
bit better.
I start. Oh, no! No! Ma?
Ma.
Fuck. Oh, and both of my orbs are.
All right.
This is going to be faster to just not do this fight and play my other game.
Sweet.
Oh, okay. At least Ma really didn't have that much health.
All it takes is a little effort.
Oh, there you go.
Select
Alright,
There's a keycard D for. Unless that one's inverted.
That one is inverted.
Fuck. Oh well.
Mhm.
You'll get it eventually.
Oh, alright. Empire Orb minus on both seats to start with.
Oh, well. Oh.
What the
Like,
fuck?
you start with it, but it's bad.
Mhm.
Why is this the fucking fuck Waffle stream?
I know, right?
I hate
Unfortunate.
this.
And Orb Blast minus. Okay. Wait, what else did I get sent? Oh, Plasma Geyser minus. Hey, oh, okay. I actually have just enough aura to cast Aura Blast.
Booster.
Oh hell yes. Actually, I don't have that many Tails stages yet, but later that's gonna be fucking good.
It's good to have it out of the way, right?
It's very good to have that specific item out of the way.
Oh, okay. I can just go
Oh.
to the Gyre. Right
Okay.
out of the gate. Well, the
Okay.
Ancient Pyramid. All right. Why not? It's right there.
All right.
Alright. About to hit my hint here.
Select a stage.
There's another security keycard for Waffle. The inverted one. I'm so sorry.
What'd you say?
Oh no, I'm just saying. So man, I'm getting all the keycards for the inverted seed that Waffle has.
Randomizers. Oh, I was gonna say,
Randomizers,
though,
everyone.
Randomizers are fun. Go to archipelago.gg today. It's a site I only promote when things are going fucking horribly awry. Anyway, what I was going to say is a reminder to you both, my friends in the voice call, that I'm running an Emerald Hunt seed this time, so all I really need are emeralds and emblems, unless I say I need something else to get something else.
Pyramid Keys room in Lake Serene and Waffles. Wait, don't you have that?
Like Serene Pyramid Keys. No. Wait.
For Waffle Seed.
In Waffle. Not in Logic. But yes, I could get there. I would need Vertical or Water Mask.
Oh.
Why is the Icicle Ring hinted for? Soup?
It's probably in one of my spider.
Oh, yeah, no, it's in your regret chest. Okay, I misread
yeah.
that. I thought that was in my regret chest, and I'm like, what?
Nope. Nope. I hint for both of my spider hells and my regret chest, so I know whether or not to go for them.
Okay.
I don't.
Hairpin.
Oh, there's your vertical for soup. Damn it.
Yeah, nope.
I mean, definitely good to have that though.
Also means we can break logic a whole bunch.
So unspangle, there you go. Oh, darn. Guess I'll go and level up a little bit since I'm in BK mode!
Already?
Oh yeah, without keycard D.
Does that help?
I don't think it does, because without keycard D I can't go anywhere. I can get through 2 or 3 more checks,
Yeah.
so I'll try it. See if, the only other thing that would help besides keycard D is either the time warp, either one of the warp beacons for Time Worn or Mysterious, or keycard A. Since I have access to that place because of being flooded. Oh wait, shit.
There's fire.
Hey you, get over here, get over here.
Get
Oh,
over
blood
here.
too.
Alright.
Yep. Let's see this check. Well, I mean, that's useful. It ups my damage.
Vortex is
I
normal.
I do indeed have a fire orb, and it's plus.
Oh. Fire
Ooh,
Orb
and I have
Plus is real good.
And I have a Star of Lachiam. Lachiam? Lachiam.
I don't
Thank you,
think
Sue.
anyone knows.
I think it's Lachiam? No.
Lachiam.
So-
I would say it's
Uh,
Lachiam. Sorry, I keep wanting to say Lachiam because I was in a production of Fiddler on the Roof when I was young.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, that's kind of stuck in my head.
When I dubbed it, when I played the game for the first time, I just had it to where every character pronounced it differently. And then some characters would forget the pronunciation and start pronouncing it the way other characters would.
Well, at least having the wheel means that it's easier to go up this path here.
Yeah.
Oh damn, yeah, 10 damage compared to the gun's 5 on these things.
Damn.
And it's a little faster too. And while it's only close range, it's all close range.
I gotta do it all over again. I had something fierce. What's the deal with
Alright.
something fierce?
Oh wow, fire really is good.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh, synthetic plume. Nice. Give me some, what did it give me?
Yeah, I think Fire Orb is the only orb we've buffed in damage rando. Like, changed the stats on since we launched it.
Interesting.
At first, this wasn't good enough.
Yeah. I mean, that's anti-chaos there. Oof. Still in BK now, though. Because none of those checks were actually useful. That's why I didn't bother to take... That's why I didn't bother to take down BK mode, because I knew it was only 2 checks. Ooh! That's useful, though. Not that I can use it yet. I mean, I can use it. Yeah, normally I'd have access to more checks. However, I don't have Fast Seed this time, so I don't have the Talaria attachment to get to the library attic.
Ah, yes.
So if I had a vertical or the Talaria attachment, I'd be able to get like 5 more checks instantly.
Too easy for me.
Fortunately,
Select a
I
stage.
don't believe I have enough points. Nope, I don't. Not yet. Oh, there's vertical!
There we go.
That's a bit more that I can do. Ooh. I'm gonna keep the Star of Lakiam though. I like it a little better.
I think Lakium is the way that Sat and I pronounce it. I think.
It's all made up.
Oh, hello.
It's all made up.
Yeah.
Well,
Once I get my DM, I'll start. What?
That
What
was
happened?
all 5 backer room chests are progression.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad you were able to get up there.
Alright.
Was that in logic?
Yes.
Okay. I would have been really interesting. Actually, yeah. How could you break that out of logic now? I'm thinking
You
about it.
can. Yes. You can get up there with absolutely nothing out of logic.
Where?
Damn.
Up to backer room in the library.
How?
Okay.
It's also how I can get your keycard D out of logic.
How?
You reset the room. You clip out of bounds and reset the room.
That's crazy.
Uh-huh. Okay, I can go do keycard D checks, and then I can go get your keycard D if you're still stuck.
I probably will be unless I get something here. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't need to do it that. I need to do it a different way.
What are you doing?
I have light wall. Light wall means I gotta go from below. Light wall is normal.
That's a
Such
bummer.
baby about Lightwall being my only like vertical though. I'm like, oh no, I can do that check for you. I've got Lightwall.
Sorry.
I do have keycard C. Okay.
Gotta learn some point.
Oh, I'm doing the wrong fucking thing.
All right, here comes a whole bunch of stuff.
Gimme.
Randomizer.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. I was leaving that room anyways.
Oof. Oh, cannon. And... Nope. Nothing. I mean, not nothing. I did send an emblem, but...
I love that shit.
Did I use
And
the
an
warp?
economize the ring to soup.
That's good.
So. Ye old time spinner.
Yo, the time spinner.
Oh, that's the room. That's the room with the time spinner in the past. No, in the present before it teleports, right?
Yes. So
Which is behind the keycard C room that you get free access to. What is there? Oh, that's my spider hell. I keep forgetting. That's spider hell. That's spider hell. That's regret chest. Yep. So yep. I don't. Wait, no. I have enough to hint now. Right?
Go for it.
Hint. Time worn. Warp beacon. So either I'm getting keycard A and fighting Zarian, or I'm doing vanilla time warp.
probably vanilla time warp.
I mean, I don't know, because if I get keycard A, I have access to that because that area is flooded, and I have vertical, so it doesn't matter anyway. So either I'll get keycard A or keycard D. One of those two is the next thing I get.
You have your spindle?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, either way, I'd need keycard D to get to the spindle.
Yeah.
To get to the time spinner to use it. Get some mind refresh, berry pick-me-ups, biscuits, antidotes just in case. I don't need sand vials or wait, I should get some sand vials now because I already have.
Just left there. Alright, I'll go back to Varnagras Tower for the 3rd time.
Blame Shadow. Blame Shadow. It's not my fault.
How could you do this? It's always your fault.
It's that black hedgehog again of all places. When's the last time everybody's listened to the Sonic Adventure 1 theme song? The Open Your Heart.
Probably like a month or 2 ago.
Based.
But it wasn't the original, it was a cover.
Oh. Cool. What was I say is because I have Sonic Adventure DX shuffled into the music rando of this game, and it
Nice.
So I was playing Open Your Heart, like the vocal version, and I always thought it was funny that like the lyrics of that one are like, you and I are the same in the way that we go out our styles and we won't like I like the apprehension of like you and I are the same and like just in metal lyric form, and they has to like specify like in the way that like I know that sounds crazy, but hold the fuck on.
I'm just gonna level up my orbs a little bit more here while I wait for something.
Something.
How much do those give for orbs? So I have blood orb. Okay, that's good. That's normal.
Get blorbed.
Let's stick the arm cannon. No, wait, no. Blood orb, I want to use the storm eye because it's closer. And blood orb, I will use the star. And I'll use the. Should I use it on the side? I'm gonna leave it as it is. If I get like shatter orb or something, I'll switch that one to use the scythe ring.
Hell yup.
Meow, 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 meow.
You're right, we should get Jeff Ball to do a fucking cat girl version of the entire Timespinner soundtrack and then put it in as a mod pack.
Oh my gosh.
That flute solo, but just like sampled cat
Here we go.
and fucking Lake Serene.
He writes a new theme for Boots that's nothing but nyawing.
It's acapella and neon.
Oh yeah, it's just the same. It's the same boss theme, but it's all acapella nyas.
It's just it's all cats. Every instrument, a cat. So good.
Hey, Lily. Thank you for the welcome back.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out and be like, how was your vacation? And then I was like, I kind of indirectly already heard about it from somebody else, so it sounds like it was great.
It was an absolutely amazing time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad.
Where did you go anyway?
We're hearing an echo from one of the Discord callers.
Could it be me?
I hope it's not me.
If it's me, my headphones are cranked to hell. It could be me.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
no, it's both of you.
Oh no.
It is getting picked up twice. Oh, I was right. Thank you. Yes. I was trying to get. I was fucking around with OBS trying to get a clean audio source of just my game and not everything else on my desktop for the 2-time-spinner 1 controller thing.
Oh
So-
right. I remember. Yeah. I remember you having issues with that.
So yes, I was sending out your audio twice.
Ah.
Thank
So
you.
to
was
give a
that?
trained
It was
audio
your
engineer
fault.
a heart attack 101 with waffle soup.
It was us, but it was your fault. Understood.
Yes. Okay, yeah, so I can't beat Azure Queen at Cantorin. So we're gonna go get your keycard D out of logic instead.
Okay. What do you normally need for that?
I would need any piece of vertical or the water mask. So I'm not hinting for it because it could be anything.
Fair.
Also, this does get me an Empire Crown, which also could help me beat the boss. Right there. So.
You have fire yet?
I don't have fire, nope, so I can't burn the vines.
Unless you want to burn them out of logic, like I have.
Nah, that I don't do. I do crimes. Mayef doesn't do crimes.
I
okay.
may have do crimes.
Modern
Have you
warp
seen Sat's
beacon.
clip of that? No, Mayup has definitely done at least one crime. I've seen it with my two old eyes.
Crimes? Yes, crimes, Fran. Mini crimes. Dragon
Mayup
crimes.
is innocent baby.
Nope.
Absolutely.
Explain the llama fan art where they're holding a fucking knife. That's what I thought.
They're just holding it for a friend.
Oh, okay, I see. They're handing it to Ludeus.
Got it.
Yeah, they're just getting the dagger orb from Timespinner too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay,
That's nice.
yep, got it.
Yep.
Understood.
There's a teaser all along.
Uh-huh.
Am I knifist? No, I just know if we talk about knives and violence too many times, it'll summon Ducky. She'll fucking teleport off the plane and come here to stab someone.
Oh, you gotta fight Daddy. Oh, with an Empire Orb. Oh wait, no, it's not weak. He's not weak. Is he? Wait, is he resist?
He resists Empire, yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. I don't have jewelry box, so I can't orb swap.
I wasn't sure if Prince Nubius resisted Empire Orb. I knew, because obviously Emperor Nubius resists Empire Orb.
Yes.
That's obvious. This is Azure Queen, so this is Azure Queen, so it shouldn't be that that much HP.
I was looking at chat and I ran straight into a fucking wall head first.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, I don't have my Wakimi son.
Oh no.
I guess we'll die.
Rip. Damn it.
Got it.
Oh wow. How did you dodge all that?
Didn't dodge that one.
Nope.
Oof.
Oof indeed.
Oof, indeed. That's Hercules. It's the Zero to Hero song from Disney hit musical animated film Hercules.
Oh man, if I wanted to look at you.
Oh wait, no, I can't.
Oh.
What kind of access do I have?
Oh, interesting. The so I turned on the journal entries too, so I could see what things are weak to. And in the journal, it shows what everything is, like where everything actually is.
Bosses?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't do that.
Wait,
I don't want
what?
to spoil boss rando gets spoiled if you show all the enemies in the journal in
Oh, I
Timespinner.
didn't know that. That's interesting,
I
guess.
I didn't either. I just figured it would show the things, but now it makes sense that you would.
So yeah, I have show drops on, but I don't have show the entire bestiary.
Well, you also know the enemy's weaknesses more than I do.
Yes.
That's why I turned it on.
I have it turned on, but I never look at it.
Well, now you know.
Now I know.
Everything I can kill, yeah. Alright, so can I farm for healing
Also-
anything?
Also, my first time doing boss rando at all, so
Spaghetti. Alright.
Spaghetti.
Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah.
sing that song, Sonic Shadow. The shadow
What?
song. The shadow whistle.
That wasn't so hard.
Shadow's making the musics.
Select a stage.
He does some fucking Aqualung shit.
He does indeed.
Is there any flute in Aqualung? Everybody's always like, LOL, the flute shit in Jethro Tull. I'm like, most millennials can't name another fucking Jethro Tull song except for Aqualung, which has like probably the least amount of fucking flute in it. You know? Never mind. In this stream, it was revealed that Aiden Iona is secretly 60. I'll be real. I don't even know if I can do this mission. I forget if I need any items for it or not.
Oh,
I don't think it tells you on the tracker. But there's only one way to fucking find out, isn't there?
no.
No. I mean, it doesn't tell you. Thought Aiden Iona was timeless. That's true, but I will one day die. But I'm a cartoon person, so like Nickelodeon will probably pick me up no matter how many times I beg to not do a reboot. So you'll be seeing me around for years and years and years.
Let me just grab an umbrella for all that shade.
Rest in peace to Stephen Hillenberg, I think his name is.
Middleburg? Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
Pretty sure it's
Nickelode-
Hillenberg.
Nickelodeon did him dirty.
Yep.
So yeah, speaking of crimes,
Okay. I'll just go back down here.
What are the right enemies, right? Yeah. It's a 4-star drop. Oh, no, that means it's really rare, doesn't it? Okay.
yeah, 4-star means it's less likely to drop. Because it's rarer. Well, on the plus side, leveling up my fire orbs, my forbs as they were. Gotta love us some forbs.
No, you don't.
No. How could you not love the forbs?
What does that company actually do?
Well, if you're spelling it with an E, the company is supposed to be a financial journal of some sort.
Oh, is that what they are?
Mm-hmm.
I had folders that they like had printed their logo on when I was a kid. They were just like folders. And I never thought anything of it. I thought they were like a tech company.
Nope.
Okay. You learn something new every day in this world.
Yep, and they're part of the problem.
Are they? I mean, I have
Yep.
imagined so, given what they are.
Exactly.
Alright, we have one spaghetti. Let's see if we can beat up Dad now.
Spaghetti.
They are
Shit.
a major cog in the capitalist wheel.
Spaghetti?
No, not the spaghetti.
I've kind of ruined myself because I call the experiment spaghetti. That's just what I call the experiment. So every once in a while, somebody else playing, it'll be like, "Hey, I got some spaghetti," and I'm like, "Ugh!" But it's actually a good thing.
You're talking about the experiment 11.
Yeah.
13 specifically. Right?
13. Are there two? It's the other
Yeah,
experiment.
the little... No, babies and the big guy in the tube.
Oh.
Yeah, the babies are 11, the big guy's 13.
I think the babies I just call like chaos,
Too easy
like
for me.
gremlins or something. I don't even know what the fuck I call those.
Select a
I guess those are experiment, whatever the fuck, 11. Yeah. Experiment 13 is the one I call spaghetti. I named it that because it looks like spaghetti.
Yeah, I know. And then it shoots little diamonds at you. Triangles? Whichever.
Tringle.
It shoots shapes at you. Get shaped.
And I'm like, I already passed calculus. I don't need your fucking shit.
Shapes or geometry and trigonometry?
I know. In my brain, I know it's not how it actually mathematically works, but the way they teach it to you, in my brain, it's like algebra and then like geometry and then trig. It's on its own thing, and then like calculus is like mega math, which isn't true. But that's the way I was basically taught here, because I'm from Rennekia, so most of us don't know what algebra it means. But I figured it out for school.
They think it's what Ariel wears.
Can I take one more hit? I think so, actually.
Rips bong.
Oh wait, how did I get 2 spaghetti? Alright, we're fine.
Spaghettis.
Somebody wants touch of my spaghetti.
No spaghettis.
Somebody's in this house.
How could they be there?
I love the spaghetti bear. I get why everybody got sick of that meme after like a week, but I didn't.
Which one?
The old cartoon with the Goldilocks story, and the bear slaps himself on the head and goes, "Somebody touch my spaghetti."
Oh, that one. Yes, I remember that one now. Hey!
There you go.
Somebody's in this house.
Okay, BK mode is over.
Oh.
That is out of logic, but
Yeah.
So is my outlook on arithmetic. So everything's fair game here, I'd say.
yep.
Also fair.
I don't know, like if you laid a calculus problem in front of me today, like right now, I wouldn't know what the fuck to do with it. I've not like done anything
Same.
without a calculator in fucking like 6 years.
No, I feel you. Same, exactly same. It's like if people start talking about it and they say, no, you remember this and that, and I'll be like, oh, right, and things will start coming back to me. But someone's got to start that conversation.
I recognize terms and like symbols, but I don't know what to do with them.
Wait.
First try.
I don't know.
First try for what?
Nothing.
Oh, for the.
For the coyote jump, but I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, I forgot to
It's a
go
hard
check
jump.
one little. I forgot to check the little room. I forgot my little room.
Easy.
I gotta go get my little room.
I'll go in here and give a little room.
Select a stage.
It's like I don't know when I'll be back here.
What have you done?
Oh, I won't be back here until I get to the portal. And there's 1, 2, 3 checks here, so. Oh, I'm sorry.
Dark Flames Plus, okay.
Ooh.
And it's gone.
That's why I said sorry.
What have you done?
I have 2 quick questions I want to shoot out, if that's
Okay.
okay. First question is to Urza. What the fuck did you do to Risk of Rain 2, my friend? Second question is to Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Can I please have one Sonic Adventure 2 seed where I don't have to fight this dog shit boss? Thank you. Those are my questions, everyone.
Nope. I miscounted the birds again. Froze before the wrong one. talking about?
I have a mod that lets me hold down use on chance shrines, and it just keeps triggering really fast. Here's the other thing. I don't know why I asked, because I like basically don't know anything about that game. But I'm glad you're having fun and breaking the frame rate, I guess.
Stop working. All right. Back to.
Oh, okay, I see.
Khadgar.
Here's this one.
Don't just run around. Stay alert and keep shooting.
Come on, Tails. Come on,
Ooh,
Tails.
jet engine.
That's really good. That's like my vertical,
I know.
I guess.
Basically it.
Basically,
Oh, hey, look, there's my key card A!
Aha.
That's funny. That's actually kind of funny. Because what that means
Select a stage.
is I can go... Yeah. That means I can go... No! That means I can go face... Yeah, I'm actually breaking... I'm actually doing not vanilla time warp. Because remember how I hinted for... Yep. My time warp beacon is... Zarian Sealed Caves.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is. At least it's not Zarian's check. It's a check in the sealed caves to Zarian.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't necessarily have to fight Zarian yet.
Correct.
Ooh!
Sash.
And
And
light
wall.
wall. Damn!
Alright. And now that keycard D is in logic. Okay.
Okay. So I would have only had to wait a little bit longer
Correct.
if you'd done it in logic. So I don't feel that bad. Hi there. Can you
Hello
die?
there.
Ooh. I have a librarian hat, which is...
Silly looking.
Ooh! I forgot I have a blood orb I need to use and level up. And these guys are very fleshy, so I can pull their blood very easily.
Ah.
Damn! I took one orb hit of the blood orb. Oh, I don't have keycard B, so I can't go down there. Okay, anyway, use items. I did use a warp, so... Let me go hit the save, and then I'll go... Oh, actually, no, I don't need to worry about that.
Here we go.
Anyway, I shouldn't be in BK for a while now. Oops. Because all I gotta do is... grab that time-worn beacon. Hit this
Too
save.
easy for me.
Select a stage.
Wah wah.
Oof. Ah! Damn it. Good thing I have antidotes.
Up then.
What's up?
Thank you for the resub for my Khadgar's covering it. There we go. 23 months.
23 months. Amazing.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. How you doing, Hupfen?
My potions. Did I... Oh, I don't get potions. I get berry pick-me-ups. That's great.
A lazy 2 years? Yes. Up and down? Eh.
As in you're doing jumping jacks? Is someone shaking you?
What's up?
Are you okay?
Up and down. Ah. No. Oh, actually, I have a fire orb. I can take these out. Usually, I don't like to deal with the slimes because they're too much of a hassle, but I have fire orb.
Here we go.
Oh, those are weak to gun.
Spent the last 48 hours on an elevator.
Are you trapped by Jigsaw? Do you need help?
Sounds better than Mistaken's currently hellscape he's in right now.
Oh my god, Sat told me about that. Holy shit.
Just cozy? Okay.
Oh, okay. Are we at liberty to talk about that? Is that our story to divulge? It's kind of a lot of locations, I feel like.
Yeah, he's currently trapped trying to get back home.
Wait, did he...
From vacation.
Did he not catch the 10 a.m. flight or whatever the fuck?
No. 10 a.m. Okay. What? That flight was full. The second one that he was scheduled for was canceled.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I thought he had another one this morning. That was like the newly scheduled one.
If I remember the story correctly, there were 3 flights today. One of them was too full for him to get on. One of them he was, I think, on the waiting list to get on, and another one. The first one went out, and the second 2 both got canceled.
Oh!
That's the one that got cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I hate
Yup.
that.
Yeah. Another.
I'll start
melody.
writing a Live Aid-esque song that's called Bring Mistaken Home.
Yeah. Almost
I'll
have.
call Bono.
Oh no. No! Not Bono!
It's not like he's up to anything. I don't like the guy. It's just he's gonna come sing the song and people listen to it because it's technically not YouTube.
Oh, just Bono.
I mean, he's the shittiest part of YouTube, but it's still fucking... I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. This bit sucks. Anyway. Remember that one time that they, like, forced their new album onto, like, iPod Nanos or whatever the fuck? And the people were like, I've listened to one more YouTube album in my life than I ever wanted to? That was fun.
Yeah.
I didn't have that phase. I just already knew I didn't like YouTube. Then I heard that and I was like, oh cool, now everyone hates YouTube.
And oh, high potion. Okay.
10 a.m. filled with wait list from the canceled flight the night before, which is his original. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Rare spawn.
Oh boy.
Don't have to fight. No, it's good. It's a smoke monster in that room instead of
Oh, come on.
Seal? I don't remember the use enemy names.
Seal. Oh, Seal.
The green ones are Justice.
Zeal's
I don't remember the other
blue
two.
one?
I think Zeal's the blue one. Oh,
Oh, then it's not Zeal.
And the yellow one is based.
oh fuck. It's okay. I have light wall.
The yellow one is
Ah!
red pill.
Hey, Oculus Ring, and it's plus. Ooh.
Oh, and you have I Spy on.
Yeah, I know. Oculus Ring means I spy.
Well,
There we go.
yeah, I Spy. Progressive Oculus Ring, yes.
Yes. And I'm right next to a couple places I can use it. Well, I'm next to one, and then I've got 2 more back at the start. I'm gonna go the other way. Oh, jeez. Oh, these things are weak to gun. Okay.
Many things in life are, I find.
I'll defeat you with the power of friendship and this gun I found.
I found the emerald piece. The emerald piece.
One more left.
I don't need to do... Oh wait, no, that was the other one.
Sunglasses. That's not useful.
No, that was your regret chest. Dang it.
See, here's the thing. It's showing all these things that I can get to. Problem is, I need to do stuff in the past first.
Oops.
Which I mean burning. Yeah, I'm not gonna be BK anymore this game. The only thing that's stopping my progression at all is the key cards in the present. I can access everything in the past.
Select a stage.
And bird statue for the chaos.
Yeah, I have a fun little bird. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna go take a sec to get more water and take care of myself.
Always good.
And I highly recommend everyone else in chat to look at their water container and, survey it, see what's up. I'll be back.
Okay day.
Okay.
Okay, you baby.
Bam.
Nope. Reset that room. Okay.
Not fighting. Well, I mean. Oh wait, I don't know what it is. Yeah, but I'm still underleveled for. Still underleveled for whatever should be at. Whatever should be at
I'm
Zarian.
only doing this because I'm in BK and it's just a berry pick me up. Never do regret chest.
Yeah, there's a reason why I hint it. So I know whether or not I should even bother.
Yeah, I'm entirely BK'd.
Oh,
In
damn.
both my games.
Shit.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, I just unlocked the entirety of my past, so.
So that's Time Worn Beacon for past.
Yes, Time Worn Warp Beacon. And it is not for me to find.
Oh. It's in my past. Okay, so I need my spindle.
Do you have enough points for your spindle?
I know. Probably. I've done lots of things in most of the mod logic. It's in Waffle's world. So...
Over to Waffle.
Well, I'm BK'd.
Well, yeah.
But
See what you need in Waffle.
I need vertical of any kind. So again, I don't want to waste hint points when it can
Right,
be
no,
one
I
of
get that.
any 3 items.
Nope, I get that.
Alright.
I'm going to do the hidden first.
I could bust into Zarian Cave and do those checks out of logic.
Hold on, let me see. Hint. Do I have enough points? I do not yet have enough points for a hint. Because the only thing I was going to look for is, at this point, the only thing I need to really hint for is the... Actually, no, I like the 3 orbs that I have right now. Oh, this isn't where I need to be.
Fuck. Okay. Let's try that again.
Oh, sorry.
Fine, we're playing soup.
Oh. Oh, I can't get anything else here. So... I just want to do the rest of the stuff that's in the... Go here. Go grab my
Oh,
grab more warp shards. I'm gonna cap
we're at
myself now.
eye orb. That's not minus. Okay. That's way better.
Problem is, I need to get over there, and I don't have the warp to there. I just want to do it so that I don't leave it, because I'm gonna leave it, and then it's gonna actually be a progression item for someone.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna know because I'm not in the. I'm not touching the present stuff anymore because I have all of the past unlocked.
Okay. Isarian Cave is not flooded. Thank goodness.
Then you wouldn't be able to do a thing. Yeah, it's only one thing to check, and it's the one that's in the little bit of a maze that I'm not supposed to drop down because I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have. But wait, I have vertical. I have light wall.
And yeah, that
Why-
should be in logic.
This entire section should be in logic because I have light wall. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying don't do this. Oh wait, the thing I'm thinking of is on the east side. Never mind.
Hmm.
I was confusing the two tunnel systems.
Ah, yep.
Don't mind me. Warp shard. Is this now time to go to the past? Caves of Banishment. Okay. Caves of Banishment. Ew. I don't like this. I guess I'll go. No. Do I want to go? No, I guess I'll go left first. Because that'll also teleport me back to the caves when I'm done. To the camp once I'm done.
Fuck. Okay. How do I guess I have time stop. Just stop trying to kill these enemies and just get the item and get out.
Oh wait, because I have water mask, which means I can go down here. Got more things than I thought I did.
You're not supposed to have water mask, but yes.
What do you mean?
Your water mask is out of logic.
What did you need to get that?
My
normally?
water mask.
Oh.
So I
Well,
don't
it did-
prioritize underwater checks, but
It didn't matter.
if
It
you're
was,
doing
only
them
an,
along the way.
it was only an emblem.
Okay.
And yes, it was there. It's like I might as well just fall down here. I'm going this way so that I can, because I ended up in the Caves of Banishment,
Mm.
which means that it's easiest to just go left from here and collect the injured soldier. Oh, there's a Chaos Emerald.
Right.
So while I'm here, I might as well just say, okay, grab the underwater chests while I'm here. But no, that one was not a progression chest. That was not an underwater chest that the progression item was in. And this is just my aura up anyway, so.
Yes.
Yep, I haven't found
Very-
any. I haven't found progression in these yet, so. Nyum. Oh, more sand. Love it. Oh. Nope, nothing in that. That's right. The left path only has something in the past, not the present. Iron ore plus. Okay. There we go. Skip it. Get back to camp. I love how it's like report, but she's not there yet because you haven't spawned her yet. And there's Nellie's item, which is another emblem. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, because I haven't done Vanilla Warp. I can't see Nelly anymore. Sad. I mean, I'm not upset that they do that since, well, it is a trigger to get Nelly to actually show up technically. Still, I don't know. Kind of wish that they had just said, "Up, if you're in the past, once you hit the camp, Nelly's there." Blood. Blood for the blood orb.
Dash, so I can do downloads. Do my Varndegroth. I can do Varndegroth.
Boom. Boom. That's right, I actually have to use the time stop on the moth to cross that since I don't have speed. Fuck. And unfortunately, that means I gotta reset the room because the moth is now too far to the right.
Okay, and I have economizer ring, so I can do
You're
a lot
welcome.
of light wall clips.
Ah! No, not again!
That's
yeah, don't
right.
do that.
No! Not quite.
Not Aiden. No. Please.
Ah, I didn't make it. Frick. And now I'm out of sand. Heck.
I have water now.
Good for
Nice.
you. Become hydrated.
I think that giant sloppy fucking double-decked ass burger that I got from that local place it might have been a bit too much to then down a whole fucking thing of soda with very little water, and then a fuckload of really greasy fries after the fact. I think I might have went a little too hard, a little too fast.
I think so.
I feel better now. Got
Good.
more water in me. Just guzzling this shit.
Got it. Ugh. Bird.
Yep, just a bird statue. So I can do.
Urza, go get your
Mark
spinach
Max.
puss. Go get your freaking dinner.
Man. Kind of regretting not having fast seed. Kind of.
Are you still in Find Teleria?
Not yet, nope. I probably have enough hit points to get it now, though. Search for it.
Oh, all right. I have checks
Wow.
I can do out of logic. Just found my own Kobo.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay, nope. No, it's... Alright, so eels are not weak to fire, which kind of makes sense that they wouldn't be, you know?
Mhm.
Kind of makes sense that they aren't, you know? What about blood? Nope, they're not weak. Are they resistant to blood? They're weak to gun!
Yeah. I was gonna say they're weak to sharp. Are they weak to
Eels
I got-
probably like go their entire life without seeing fire. That's fucked up. Urza, keep your priorities in check, my guy. You gotta pet the cat.
Always
Absolutely.
hit the cat.
Fuck the video games. Fuck dinner. Your sustenance is not important in comparison to the fucking cat. That's what the cat is there for, to be nurtured and fed incessantly.
Big bird. Big Bird is gone. Alright. I think I'm high enough level. I think I'm high enough level. What do we got? What do we got? Oh! Prince Nubius. It's Daddy.
It's Daddy.
It's Daddy as opposed to, Father. No, that's
Speaking of
what
Daddy,
people... That's
probably
the difference. Is Emperor Nubius is father, but Prince Nubius, since he's younger, is daddy.
I think I just call him Daddy, and then like when he's in Younger's form, I call him like little bitch or something. I don't remember.
What about Daddy and Zaddy?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that one of the fucking people in Sonic Lost World? All right, so I'm about to teach you all. I'm about to teach everybody a trick. Here's what you do, or here's what I do. This is why I'm so good at Sonic Adventure 2. When you do an Emerald Hunt seed, you hint for the Cyan Chaos Emerald
Daddy's
first.
dead.
Nice. It's already, unless the Cyan Chaos Emerald's already been given to you and you didn't pay attention when you got back from going to the bathroom and getting more water, and it appears that Virtue was already given you your Cyan Chaos Emerald. In which case, you hint for another one.
Good job.
Thanks. The yellow one is at Ifrit pre-fight.
Yeah.
I'm just wait. Am I playing? Which one am I playing? Oh yeah, no, yes.
That would be
Okay.
Soup. In that one.
Yeah. I'm just about to go do that out of logic because I just got Kobo.
Sweet.
Oh, large cannon.
That's good. Large cannon is good. I can
Large
do a
cannon
lot of
makes
Tales
big
of Eggman.
Large cannon makes big boom.
Big boom, though. Oh, I did that command to check all the fucking points I have, and then I didn't look. Oh, that was all I had. Okay. Cool. Anyway.
Did that not work? Oh, that doesn't work for me. Okay.
Can I jump? Thank you. Ooh, nether. Is it?
It is minus.
Damn.
Oh.
There's your Chaos Emerald.
Emerald.
Another one.
All right.
Woo!
Did I not? Oh, right. I took leak ring off. For light wall clipping.
That's one less ring in hand.
Oh!
That one hurt?
Yes. I don't know why. I just felt like I needed to groan in pain there.
Alright. We get to do the Genza at Ifrit spot damageless, because he one-shots me.
Ooh.
I am using the Bleak Ring. I bet you if I unequip that, I can probably take one hit. But
That's still scary.
yep, only have 100 hit points.
Oh, because you cap it. Did you cap it 100?
Yep.
Ooh.
Ah.
Should be set to a random number between 210 and 69.
Ah. Of course. Naturally. When Kay and I were doing the day-night multi, we had like 5 games in there, right? So like, I didn't start Timespinner for like a while. I did a fuckload of Super 64, even more Sonic Adventure 2.
Robin! Hey yo,
Who's
Robin
in here?
Raid.
Robin.
Robin. It's my fiance. No.
Oh yeah, that is your fiance.
Yes, it is. Bang. I'm trying to avoid getting stung by these weird bees. But hello. Alright, let's see what I got. Iron Orb. Muppet, thank you for the follow. Nya, Navi, hello, nya. Let me get this. Dada. Probably because you didn't notice I went live yesterday or last week. Bernard, Yoa. Did I? Oh, no, I spelled it right. Hooray! Hello, Doom! 64. Excellent. Excellent to Doom 64. Well, I am playing... No, not a bad friend Muppet, no. I am playing a multi-world randomizer. Oh, God. I went from Prince Nubius to Emperor, whatever, what's his fucking name?
Voltaireless?
Voltaire, yeah. So, those people you're seeing, there's Aiden and Waffle, and they're playing different games as well. Also randomized, and also part of the same multi-world. And why am I not able to skip? Why am I not able to skip? There we are.
You just kind of put one leg in front of the other, and it's kind of like a little jump, you know?
Alright.
But not enough to like really lift yourself up like more than a few feet off the ground.
Oh, right, I forgot that spell is a lot different from Nubius's. A lot of the spells are almost identical.
Yeah.
Between Voltaireless and... Oh, that was easy. A lot of the spells are the same, except for the cast. Oh right, normally that breaks time.
Hey chat,
Wait.
more like Voltairable.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to do with you sometimes. Wow.
That's how I actually laugh, Raiders.
Hey, look, light shoes.
100% authentic. I've got so many Sonic's fucking decked out. Or sorry, Blaze.
Uh-huh.
Blaze the cat, not Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the Who's?
I don't rightly know.
You know what? I'm gonna go do the checks that I do have in the present for this area. Now that I have burned all the stuff.
I'm gonna send Waffle a shit ton of bees.
Bees?
It's fine. I died to Genza on the frame you sent them, so.
That's a good strat.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I only found an antidote there.
Oh, wait, I need to fix my loadout before I do this fight.
So I've got my antidotes. Where's my uncle-adotes?
Lol.
LOL!
Lol.
Dumb. There's only a few checks here. And it's fewer than normal because... fewer than the max because... oh shit.
Before this is over, I'll show you the true power of chaos control.
Oh, come on. I can make this jump. Wow! Made it.
Sick.
What? Sick moves!
That's true. That's correct.
Oh, I am so far away from trying to do a 1 HP run. There's no way. Gun, maybe?
Out of context.
Perhaps gun? No. Bye.
What about your anecdotes? What about it?
Oh, it's just a health up.
Damn. My ear feels uncomfortable. Let's fucking just fuck with that. Let's just stop making progress in the game. There we go. I think I'm falling apart physically.
Please stop.
I'm being a baby. I'm perfectly fine. We all know I've streamed in far worse conditions than my ear itches.
Oh, there's keycard C.
Okay.
Wait, is that the one that I've been giving all the keycards to?
No, I already have keycard. Or maybe. I don't know. I have a lot of keycards.
I know, because I gave 2 of them to your inverted seed.
Select a stage.
Excuse me.
Come on, let me open up, please.
Oh, no.
Attention all units. Suspect seen heading south. Block all major roads and capture.
All right, everybody, let's make a new room. Dougie's here. Dougie's home.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Sorry, everybody, we're starting MULTIGIRLS 8 over.
Where's Warp Chart? There they are.
There's no
All right,
Dark
back.
Souls items in the pool, and this isn't gonna last 9 fucking hours, so it's wrong.
Rip. Anecdotes? I don't know. Antidotes or the anecdotes? I don't know. But if we're talking about the anecdotes, where are the antosdotes?
The Antosdotes?
You know the anecdotes?
Yes.
So the atosdotes? The armdotes? I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, did that one hurt too much?
No, I just literally
No.
didn't
Not-
fucking understand
not
it
you.
at first.
No, not you. Waffle seemed to groan.
Oh,
I'm fine.
Oh no, you're groaning because you're in spider hell.
ah.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Ugh.
Did I do that?
Eel meat.
Yes.
Pulled them.
Grab this while I'm here, but I'm not gonna actually use it because I want to get rid of
You
these
did do that
first.
already. Okay.
Not to mention the sealed caves are kind of annoying. Yeah, I pulled a lot of I pulled a lot from that.
I just didn't get it at first. It was a good pun. It was good wordplay. I was just sitting there for like a good minute, like, damn, Virtue's getting more abstract than I fucking do. This is impressive.
I mean, are you really surprised?
No.
That's gonna say. There's a reason why I've been friends with Kay for over 20 years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking eels. Whoa!
Chat,
Ooh.
Dougie pulled up a silly little link in my chat. As a reminder, if you hit that Khadgar link, I know it looks like a virus, but it is a real link you can go to. I've done it myself. In fact, I'm using it on my iPad right now. It'll show all 3 of our streams. You can mute different ones as you desire, and all kinds of cool stuff. So
Amazing.
it's amazing what
Ooh.
technology can do. How's
It's
that
not
shit?
plus. It's not plus, but it's still Empire. It's still Empire. It's still strong against a lot.
Mhm.
And its base damage is still pretty good.
Stealing your gold.
Yes. Hello, Ducky.
Stealing your gold.
Yes, you are in. Stealing my gold? Stealing my gold?
Where's
couldn't
the
you just-
gold at? I don't want the gold.
Why couldn't you just be thwarting my plans like normal? Stealing my gold? How could you? Thwarting my plans? Thwarting
Air
my plans?
necklace.
I'm getting so many good upgrades for this not by a lizard seed, and it's making me perturbed.
Oh, what?
I swear,
Oh,
I
alright,
swear to
definitely.
God, every fucking emerald hunt seed I do is hell. This one's been going okay because we have like what 3 emeralds already. I forgot to fucking check. I'm really good at this. It doesn't show you on the pause menu, which I guess makes sense. The tracker, nobody ever made like a thing for the track. Well, actually, that's not maybe not true. I don't remember the last time I updated the Sonic Adventure 2 tracker. They might have emeralds on there now.
Okay. How
I'm
many
going
hit
to
points?
try Emerald Hunt, even though it's trash every time. Also, Aiden Emerald Hunt is trash. Who could have seen this coming? Me. You can, I mean, like I say, Sat runs Emerald Hunt preferably, and like sometimes it's bad, but most of the time it's normally bad just for Sonic Adventure 2 reasons. So you could run Emerald Hunt if you want. I mean, if you're going to go with the meme of playing that with me as your first experience with Sonic Adventure 2, basically, like Emerald Hunt might actually not be a bad one to start with because you don't have to worry about like which upgrades do what that much. Like you don't have Go mode items, you just need Chaos Emeralds.
Sure.
Is it
always?
Like
Is it always you need 7, or is that adjustable?
I mean, you can rig it to start with them, I guess, but no, I think it's default 7.
Okay.
But also it's random. Like it's completely random. It's not like Inner Sandman where it's like, yeah, but you still need to do this. It's like, no, once you get 7 Chaos Emeralds, the next time you go to the map, Green Hill Zone will open up and you can play it and you win. Caveat. Well, you can actually set the caveat or not. You can also set it to where it's Green Hill Zone and then you still have to fight Final Hazard. I don't do that, but you can. Which is funny.
I mean,
You hit points.
I forgot to actually go in the. Yeah.
Aquatic Mine upgrade. I can get that after a. I mean, I'm not that far into the. Give me a few minutes. Do you need it like immediately right now?
I mean, I am BK'd in both games, and I've broken a lot of logic, and I'm BK'd.
I'll go get it for you.
Select a stage.
Aquatic Mine. I thought I started with Aquatic Mine. Oh no, it's second gate. Okay. Yeah, I just gotta remember the fuck that is. This is the one I always scream about because I don't remember which fucking entrance it is.
Really?
But in theory, I can get that for you. And you got me, or somebody got me the air necklace, so it's easier, even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's out of logic, but yes.
Yeah. If your SA2 seed doesn't end with Anal Lizard, do you ever really play SA2? Yes, Source. All the Emerald Hunt seeds I've done where I didn't do the Anal Lizard after the fact.
Thank you, Mia, for a hydrate and a shrimp removal.
That is not a cat. Actually, maybe.
Removing of the shrimpingness.
There's one check I can do in logic here.
Got some emerald. Might as well grab that one here. Where the frick? Sorry.
How could you? Oh my gosh, yes. I am unshrimped! I have unshrimped myself!
Is that Knights? Knights literally is like in this game. What are you talking about? This is Honey the cat. You know this.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, keycard B. Okay, something. And a keycard A. I'm just finding all the keycards for you. Jeez.
Yeah.
Hopefully something helps. Man, I'm on 35 progression too, and I still keep finding a lot of my own stuff. It's mostly junk, but still, a lot of my own stuff.
Progression balancing doesn't really affect how much of your own stuff is in your own world. I mean, I guess it depends on what game you're playing. Progression balancing takes like it takes the entire game once it's done and beatable, and then it takes progression items that are later in the game and moves them so they're accessible earlier. And it can move from one world to another. So.
Yeah.
I guess if you cranked it all the way up, it would do that a little bit, but more depends on how many checks are in your world.
Which, for a standard Timespinner, is anywhere between 180 and 230 or something like that.
Watch the
Depending
D&D
on
movie on the plane. I think it was probably the optimal way to watch that movie.
Gear 1. Yes. Alright. Do I go fight whatever's at Ma? I am level 20, so I should be able to. Oh wait, I don't have a gas mask. Never mind.
Never mind. I sincerely don't remember which room this is in.
I am not. I am not bothering to break logic just to get gas mask early. Man, I'm not finding it. I'm not having any of your stuff.
It's in the room over there. Oh, thanks, Ducky.
Okay, now,
It's in
now I
the
need a
end.
hint. Now I need a hint for keycard C, or maybe I should not bother, and I should just start hinting for my go mode items once I'm somewhere.
Oh, it's this room, but I don't have the right water setting.
Let's do this one.
It's in this.
Let's do this. Hello, yes.
I think that's the water level I need.
Can I buy good food from you? No, I can buy jerky.
You don't like jerky?
Jerky?
You don't like jerky?
Jerky? Oh.
Yeah,
Jerky.
Sakis's shop isn't randomized, so he just always sells jerky, and then you have to do his quests to unlock
better
more
put-
items
I
in
know.
his shop.
I know. He had a question mark, so I forgot that I hadn't yet gone back to base after rescuing him.
So he's always just selling jerky.
He's always got jerky. It's probably rat jerky.
I don't know if that'd be like. It probably would suck. Alright, now I'm in the room that gets me the fucking upgrade, which is light wall.
Gao's best friend. No. Oh, right. Water. Water.
Water,
Just max sand there. Captain's uniform. I don't know if that's anything useful.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yay.
Sorry that
Oh,
took
well.
way fucking longer than it should have.
Fine.
I
You're
always
fine.
fucking forget how to get to that fucking
Ooh.
upgrade.
Hello. Thank you. Oof. Wow. I didn't think it was going to do that much damage. It just went from like 33 to 39 on my fire orb. Jeez.
Cheese and crackers.
Damn it, now I'm hungry again.
Is that easy? Damn.
Yes, you mentioned food, and I'll remember that if I'm hungry, I'll remember that I'm hungry.
Eat food. Grab a snack.
I'm gonna have to grab some chips real quick then.
There
I've
you
got them right
go.
next to me. I've got them right next to me. I just gotta actually grab them. Yes,
Nice.
Ducky, I'll get food. Nom, nom.
Actually, no.
Oh, right. This is either a time spinner or a vertical.
There. Bunch up.
Oh no, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a
What are you just
vertical.
about to also do? Oh my god. Evil fucking people I stream with. Unbelievable.
Nope, I gotta just lay a wall. Damn it!
Oh, I don't have shovel claw. I don't think I can do this. Maybe I can. Maybe I'm incorrect. Sometimes I'm wrong, you know? You limited the amount of hydrates, coward? I think I did, but it was like probably like a fucking 1 a.m. decision in the process of moving over the past like 2.5 weeks. So I don't even remember what the fucking cooldown is on it.
How dare you? How dare you limit water intake? No, what you're supposed to do. No.
I'm pretty sure I set it to something reasonable where it isn't fucking like people don't just spam it on me constantly. I literally can't
that's
redeem it until next stream.
You might have limited the number of redeems per person.
If so, funny. If so, funny.
Very
I
funny.
might change that or not.
Ooh, spindle.
You're
Nice.
pitiful, and you're gay.
Alright.
Let's see what we got here. We
In context, I
have.
deserve that.
We have
Ugh.
drained. We have the drained moat. I don't think I've seen it drained either in a while or ever. I've always seen it either flooded or normal.
We should dig a moat.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guess I'm eating a couple of hot chips. Thank you, Waffle.
You're welcome.
That's what we were talking about like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. Shh, I'm kind of distracted.
I thought you were just like fucking like speechless, like in disbelief at how fucking shitty that situation was.
No, just you know.
I didn't
Get
know
ready,
you were, like,
get ready for
basically
the most
aware.
of pain. Ow.
Oh no.
Kind of chip ASMR. No. No.
From the Greek for many-headed drink. Does that taste different? I guess it depends on like if you mix it with alcohol or something, like the way it's shaken between all the different beverage heads. I guess it would be like different.
Yes, but it's on a 10-minute cooldown, Urza. I'm not that stupid. Actually, I don't think I'm that stupid. I'm stupid at all, but.
Select a stage.
Ow. No.
Should I head for another
Oh.
Actually, no, there's this one.
Ow.
Well, Virtue's dying. I'm gonna get in the car. I'm gonna go talk to I'm gonna go talk to Tails, Miles Tails per hour about this.
Which shops are free? This game.
Thank you for the hydrate, though.
And
Yeah.
it's selling Lakimi Suns. So we are set for healing items.
Is that you
Holy
selling
shit.
them? Damn.
Let's go.
There's my other Oculus ring.
Nice.
So that means that's some backtracking
Yeah,
to
I have
do.
to turn those off. Oh man, I'm so ag. I forgot I'm on 2D right now. I forgot to turn off my 3D redeem. I'm sorry. Next time I'm 3D. You know what I wish you could do? I wish you could categorize your rewards so you can say, okay, turn all of them off that relate to this particular model.
Yeah.
Or turn all of them off that I don't want to have on while doing multi-world or any other collab.
I think Firebot might have a categorization thing, but that's like a software to download for just categorizing your redeems.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I wonder if you can do that with an API thing, but
Probably. Because
That
I
sounds
think
like a lot of
Firebot
work.
literally, it probably is
I mean-
a lot of work.
I mean, Twitch is one of the few that isn't completely screwing people over with their API.
Is that true?
I said completely. I said completely.
the API is fine. It's everything else they're doing currently.
I mean, that's also
yeah,
fair.
no, that's true.
Oh wait, I don't need to turn that up because I already got the stuff down there.
That is the worst spot for
Oh, I
a
know.
neurotoxin trap when all I have is light wall.
I know yet. Twitch could absolutely just completely piss all over. And I'm actually kind of expecting them to at some point. Ah! Damn it! You interrupted my light wall! I mean, I don't care. I'm good. It's just... Alright, I need to go down here and save just because I don't want to risk...
Yes, Dream Wisps in the shop is always fun, having a very swole math.
So you have Dream Wisps and Lakemi Suns?
No, but Ducky was talking about how that's the best.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Having Maeve able to just go...
I died.
Oh, wait. How could you? You know, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna turn my gun orbs, which great, awesome, yeah, into iron orb plus. Mostly because scythering on that. No, wait. Might as well starve Lakiam. Ooh. But no, because these things are weak to. Oh! Oh, iron orb plus. Hello. Damn.
That Infernal Flames I just sent you is plus 2, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah,
really
I know.
good too.
Oh, I know. No, it's just
This makes me feel
the
like a rat.
iron orb is doing 90 damage to ones that are weak, which means I two-shot the maidens, and if I hit it right, I one-shot the knights.
That makes Julia feel like a rat.
But I usually use Blood Orb on the Knights because it gets around their shield. Yeah. No,
plus here.
I'm gonna level up the Iron Orb as much as I can.
I just forgot to do that check. I forgot I had.
I'm sure it is, but it's also a lot. Oh, my gas mask. I can do I can go for Ma now. You know what? I should have gone for the Ma teleport room before leaving. Damn. So that means I have to go through the entirety of the sealed caverns again. Woe is me. Actually, you know what? Freak it, I'm gonna go there right now. Just because I just got the gas mask, let's freaking do it. It's gonna bother me otherwise. How about you? No. Actually, hold on. Oh, yes, Iron Orb is good against the mushrooms, too.
Oh, cool.
And since it's plus, it's a one hit, which means no spores come out.
Mm-hmm. Overblast plus. No, don't waste a hit point.
Sorry, Mayef, you're useless.
Whoa.
No, I'm kidding.
What?
Sorry, Mayef, you're too. Sorry, Mayef, you're too slow.
You're too slow.
By which I mean I literally hit the mushroom before Mayef even tapped it. Damn. Even against things it's weak to, it still does 30 freaking damage.
80 freaking damage.
So much damage! What about these guys? Nope. Resistant. Got it.
I'm gonna hit hint to see how many hint points I have. Oh wait, didn't they add in a way to where I don't have to fucking do that no more?
In the text client, yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
Somewhere.
Cool. I don't remember what it was. We were just talking about it, like.
Oh right. You like hover over server in the upper left.
Awesome. Oh, that's so fucking rad.
Cool.
It tells you which slot number you are, which name your seed is, how many items you've received, how many locations you've checked.
Nice. That's actually
the
really
permissions of the world, which by the way I put release and collect on manual. How much a hint percentage is, how much a hint costs, and how many points you have. I'm gonna save my points for now. But yeah, hovering over
Alright.
server. Whoever did that, I don't know. Thanks.
I'm picking up the signal from the ammo. Fox boy,
Mhm.
wait for me.
I'm gonna guess that was probably Berserker.
Thank you, Berserker.
But yes, I have gas mask, so I don't need to worry about oxygen.
Thanks, Berserker. Loved you in Final Fantasy.
Just a high ether. Blah. Damn it. Blah. Just a high ether from the plasma crystal. Well,
Only 50 high ether. Disgusting.
alright, let's see what we got.
Wait, I have fire now.
What is that, Ma?
I must be getting close.
And it is... Oh, hey Lana. With no vertical, besides light wall. It's okay, it's better than Canterin with no vertical.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Oh, already halfway done. She's already...
That's my favorite thing to say.
There we go.
What is Julia? What's your favorite thing to say?
Wait a minute. Be quiet.
Alright.
Now you're on the
Leave it
spot.
to me.
Everyone wants to know the part A to that A and B sentence.
It looks a little better this way.
Oh my god! Hell yeah, that's actually the quote. All right, I'm gonna mute for. I'll be back in like a minute or two.
Okay.
I might get
Ah,
water on
Gloria. Hi.
There you
Thank
go.
you. Doesn't really unlock that much since I've had vertical light wall for a while, but and is buckle hat. Gosh, dang it. Well, let's go back to the castle. But having that means I have... Nope, I still need my key card. Oh, but since I beat the Maw, I have another check over there. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Griffin. Look, the only one I care to have is... the only one I'm, like, going to quote-unquote look for is a... the spray for healing. Not that I even really need it, but...
Mhm.
It's like, aside from that, just keep Mayef. There's no reason not to.
Run right past that chest. Okay.
Another emblem for Aiden. Should I do this? I don't know if I should bother this anymore. Just always start with the fast seed, because it's just... Oh wait, wrong one. Well, there's a plasma crystal if you don't have pink yet. Oh no, it's plasma crystal, not plasma orb. My bad.
Yeah.
Still. Galaxy Stone. Well, can't use that. No. Okay.
You
Right, I gotta go this way first.
You're okay.
Castle.
Looks a little better this way.
Right, water mask and beacon. Okay.
Gas mask.
I'm all hydrated and de-stressed. Now it's time to play a mission where I'm not allowed to hit the walls on a really slippery, unfinished go-kart minigame stage.
I like to get in the way. I do it every day.
Every day? Julia? I love when people use those redeems in my chat when we're doing a multi-world. I like respond to them. I'm like, I'm so sorry to everyone else's chat. Just like, Aiden's literally senile. She needs to shut the fuck up. Don't stream with her anymore.
Oh, you're fine.
It's funny.
And it's Zarian skew. Oh,
Get up
weak to
here.
iron. Or weak to blunt.
Yep.
Happy 420, everybody.
It's yeah, okay.
Alright. You're gonna vanilla time travel, and while that cutscenes happens, I'm gonna go grab another beverage.
Sounds good.
Be already.
Devin.
Beverage it up. Get beverage.
It's 420 somewhere. It just fucking hits the biggest bong rip you've ever seen in your life. It's 420 somewhere.
Getting really good at the short hopping to make sure to get the light wall to land. Oh wait, I want to go the other way first anyway.
That's good. I don't do much with light wall. The second I don't need light wall for uppies anymore, I'm just like, what, light wall? Oh, I forgot that was in this game.
Plasma geyser, there it is. Or a serpent.
Alright, back.
Welcome
What
back.
beverage did you get? I'm inspecting.
Lime bubbly.
Seltzer
Okay.
water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can get more. I have one bubbly left in my fridge. So.
Oh no.
Oof. I'm actually low on soda too. Well, actually, that's not true. I accidentally bought a second fucking soda at that burger place, so I have a whole ass fountain soda in my fridge, and a cheer wine. Do you all know what cheer wine is?
I've heard of it.
I think it's only
classified.
bottled like in the fucking like Midwest. Like I think it's like bottled in like Indiana or some shit. I think is where they make it.
Not available here.
Interesting. It's kind of like it's like a stronger cherry Dr. Pepper, if that makes sense. But it doesn't taste like Dr. Pepper cherry, and it's made with cane sugar. It's really good if you can ever get a hold of it. I mean, I don't want to oversell it, but like it's good if you like that. Well, you're probably trying not to drink as much soda, so
Yes.
never mind.
Any,
You don't want it.
actually, but
You don't want it. It's disgusting. It's vile. Only witches with just drink it. Not the hot kind, the Hanna-Barbera kind. Fuck. Some people probably think that the green witch bitch from Looney Tunes is hot, huh?
oh no, I had that at PAX South once, and I absolutely hated it. Actually, it was way too
Hanna-Barbera
sweet.
bitch?
No, cheer wine.
I'm so sorry that you know me. You said you didn't like it?
Yeah, it was way too sweet.
Oh no, it's definitely fucking overkill.
Yeah.
I don't blame you for that. I'm a huge soda addict, so for me, to Too Sweet is like, you gotta fucking cram pixie sticks in there for me to be like, that's too sweet. Gonna teach my little dog Light Wall so she can get in my lap on her own. Aww.
Aww.
Now give her Sash.
I found it, box boy.
You do not want your dog bonking on the ceiling, though.
She can take it. Dogs knock their head on the shit all the fucking time. It's whatever.
Pointy hat.
Pointy head though. Oh yeah, bounce bracelet. I can probably do this boss a lot easier than normal, or not. You know, that's fine too.
Bye. Fire Orb plus Fire Orb is plus. Yes. That's right, I'm not used to actually having double jump this at this point. Ooh, Eternal Crown. I'm used to having to... I'm seriously used to having to light wall jump this entire tower, and it's like, I don't have to do that for once.
Coming soon, Planet Chads. That's even funnier that it just has Chaos Zero. Like, he re-emerged from the Master Emerald, is done trying to destroy the planet, is like, what am I gonna do with my life as a big giant jelly monster that can't speak English? Oh, I know. I'll get into the movie business. Planet of the Chads. Written, directed, and starring Chaos Zero.
More Blood Orb killing. More Blood Orb killing. Level up that Blood Orb.
The Bloody Orb.
Oh, Time Warp Beacon. Do I have the Chaos Rose? I'm pretty sure I picked up a couple of them. Yes, there it is. Okay. Alright. Yep.
Tails, did you find the president?
Just a few more minutes.
Where meowing?
Alright, who's that, Alana? Alana is... Oh, Nightmare, hi!
Sound like you said Atlanta. They were asking about who was in Atlanta. I'm like, I don't think you should ask chat to dox themselves like that.
I don't have... Oh wait, I have Light Wall.
You still haven't made dinner? Or is McTG?
I forgot, Light Wall. Light Wall makes...
Unbelievable.
Light Wall actually makes that fight easy. None of that was even close to being necessary. Nor that. Though that's kind of useful. Well, I have one more check and then I'm BK'd.
Funky Kong.
Right, I hinted for that. Okay.
Yeah, I found the president.
I rear-ended the president.
Now I kind of want that soda. I was talking about it for a while. I'm kind of jonesing for it now. This is a healthy relationship I have with this type of beverage.
You have Jones Soda? How dare you?
I actually don't. Jones Soda is just okay.
I like it. There are some flavors that are, again, too sweet sometimes.
Too sweet.
Well, there's soda that like literally just tastes like fucking like they melted a popsicle, and I think Jones Soda kind of falls in that category.
Oh,
And
absolutely,
most of
it
the time,
does.
I don't like that shit, but like the Jones ones are all right. Anyway, I'm gonna go drink way too sweet a soda. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, found my Selens bangle. A little late. I'm level 27 already. All right, I am officially BK'd. Waiting on keycard B. Because like I could use keycard C, sure, but I need keycard B to progress. Oh, Empire Crown. Let's see. I think Empire Crown is better for damage. Yes, much better for damage. Compared to the Eternal Crown. And a silence ring, okay. Wait, so which one is silence? Is that
Nice. Shattered. And bombardment.
Ooh, that means if I find bombardment or shattered, it's gonna be plus.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Ducky. Yeah, Ice Orb may be great against the knights, but it's minus. Do not have shoot, what is it called? I do not have Shattered Orb, nor do I have Bombardment. Yeah.
Here's the other thing on that note that the time has passed to talk about now, but I was out of the room, so now I'm back to bring up dead topics.
Do it.
I had a thing like what Julia just described, saying that it's too sweet now, but like I used to love it then. You know what's really fucked up? Because like when you think of sweet candy bars, right? The Heath bar is not the first one you probably fucking think of.
No.
That was like one of my favorite fucking candy bars in the whole world. And recently there was like a 3 for like $4 deal of like sizable, not enormous, but like, you know, not fun sized candy. So I was like, okay, whatever, fuck it. And one of the ones I got was like a Heath bar, and it's still like a third of it is still like in my pantry. Like I can't fucking, it's too much.
I agree.
I used to just
like
Candy suck that
keycard
shit
C.
down. It's weird.
I have never had a Heath bar that was not in a blizzard. From Dairy Queen.
Ooh, you know, Heath is good with dairy.
I have 95 points? What? How? I didn't realize I was using that many, getting that many checks. Damn. I mean, I'm not too surprised, but damn. Might as well check keycard C. Oh.
Egg quarters 3. I could probably get to that.
Alright, well, if you could, that would be great because I am BK. I would prefer B because that gets me into more, but C at least lets me get to the right side of the tower.
That's
Let me
the
see if I
eel.
have
Yeah, I can get that as well. I can get your B.
Okay.
I think you hinted for. Oh no, never mind. Can I do egg quarters? I don't think I can do egg quarters. I need shit for that. Let me hint for some stuff
Wait.
for you.
No, I can't. That's underwater. Fuck.
Oh.
I need my water mask.
Actually, let me do one check real quick.
Did I
Let's
hint
see.
that already? No.
Nope, I don't have C.
I'm gonna do one check real quick and see if I can even do your shenanigans right now.
That's fine.
Very low
I
chance that this is gonna help me, but
I would focus on my water mask instead, which is at Dry Lagoon 3.
Yeah, get the water mask.
But that's
I can
behind
definitely-
Gate 4.
I get a dry lagoon.
Okay.
I'm considering the fact that I've been out of the room like for a collective 9 minutes this stream. I'm actually kind of booking.
Yeah.
I'm kind of trucking.
All right. How do you do the wall skip, like the door skip?
What do you have?
I have hairpin and light wall.
Okay. So hairpin's the way easier one.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay. You do crouch state glitch, so you crouch, hold down crouch, backdash and attack on the same frame, and you'll hear the backdash noise, but you won't do either one.
So crouch, and then let go, and then it's a double jump while spamming while holding right, or holding
No.
into the door.
Hold down crouch the entire time,
Oh, okay.
and then attack and backdash on the same frame.
Yeah.
And then you're stuck in the
I was
crouch
holding
state.
Okay. Yep. Second crouch state. Yep. And then it's double jump into the door or wall.
Yep. Yeah, you're double jumping up into the ceiling because your hitbox is smaller than. it's
Yes,
supposed
I
to be.
see.
There you go.
Do
Yeah,
you
welcome back, Tay.
Do you remember which dry lagoon thing? Sorry, I know it just came up on screen. Was it 1, 3, or upgrade?
3.
Well, no. Okay,
Got it.
that'll be a bit. But
Okay.
I thought it was 1, so I was like, yeah, I can do that. Easy. I don't even know if I have the fucking items for... Actually, I might. We'll see. I'll let you know if I can. It's gonna be a bit, though. I knew Kate was gone. I'm in the know.
Can I not do it at this door? Is that what it is? I can't do it on this door.
You can do it on every door.
I can't. For some reason, I'm not getting the double jump.
You are jumping up into the ceiling.
Yeah, I know. Well, normally I can get that high anyway. I wonder.
It's gotta be close.
Fuck. What the daggum heck? Oh no, it isn't the fucking robot.
Light wall like that's not going to help you, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh, I think that actually fucked me up.
Oh, sorry, no. Another important thing is attacking or using a spell breaks you out of crouch state glitch.
I know.
Okay.
So I'm going to lost chow.
Oh, hey, someone sent me blue orb at some point. That's a plus.
Yeah, some reason it's not letting me do the double jump. There. Oh! It squished me out. I finally got it.
Hey, guess what? The same items that made it to where I can't get virtues shit. Same ones for Dry Lagoon 3. So I'm gonna go ahead for those now. Voltorb flip. Someone finally noticed. I inflated the Voltorb flip.
Aww.
It's did I do 1,000 or 100 each? 1,000. So I up it 1,000 every time it's redeemed
There it is.
now.
Okay, I got one.
But
Finally got it.
as a caveat, I upped it by 5 minutes.
Oh, Temporal Gyre. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I just broke logic, but Mysterious Warp Beacon. I'm You know, I'm gonna go do one thing, and that is grab the warp thing. I'm not gonna pick up any items. I'm just gonna take the elevator down, all the way down, grab the damn warp, so I don't have to keep freaking running here from the library. Oh wait, why am I about to use? I almost used the warp shard while in a warp room. Temporal Gyre, though. Wow.
You know how sometimes damage rando the orbs show the wrong types?
Huh.
If you switch between seeds a lot, like if you happen to be playing 2 games at once.
Yeah.
I just switched to blue orb because I thought it was plus, but it's minus on this one. Just did the whole boss with a minus orb and failed.
Nice.
Ah.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I mean, I haven't done damage rando, but it's like I can do this. Oh wait, no, I don't have the right vertical for that. All right, I'm gonna open. Why not? It's right. Actually, I can get everything, but my regret. I want to make sure I did. I'm pretty sure my regret chest is an icicle ring. Do you need your icicle ring, Soup?
No.
In Soup? No. Okay, then I'm not doing a regret chest. I'm gonna do the why not? It's right here.
That fight is way easier when
Oh.
you're dealing 18 damage instead of 3.
And it's shovel claws. So it's
That's
actually
really good
useful.
for me, but it doesn't get either of you your shit. I'm
Not
working
worried
on
about.
it.
I mean, I'm not worried as much about that.
The good news is, the 2 items that I need for it, I hinted for, and the reason you didn't see that was because they're both in my Sonic game, and I think I have most of the necessary items to get them. I can get the pick nails. I can't yet get the iron boots.
I'm actually gonna hint for my tablet because I have keycard V now, so I can get. That's another what 3 checks because of that's another 3 checks due to thing, yeah. Umbra Orb. Hopefully that's useful. And I have vertical. I'm gonna go.
I hit the save point? Okay.
I'm getting that. Ooh, I like this. Ah, I fucked it up. Ah, shit.
All right.
Oh, frick.
Can't complain.
Damn it! Oh, all that time wasted.
The stage.
Oh, fuck. My heart just fucking skips when I look back over the screen. Alright. Excuse me 1 second. Voltor Flip is my favorite thing. I sure wish someone would redeem it in the middle of this multi-world. Thank you for redeeming Wine Brand.
Were you freaking out because you looked over and saw a redeem that said Voltorb Flip?
I saw a redeem for more than like 10 points, and I saw the words Voltorb Flip. It was like, I was like, I literally was like texting Kay about air quality.
Ah, there we go.
Julia's becoming drunk with power with all my redeems, and I'm kind of about it, actually. I don't have much of a problem with this.
Okay, past those things.
I'm not can. I made it.
Warp. Got the warp. And we go past here, down.
The power couple of someone with almost every vowel in the English language in their name versus someone whose name is a single syllable. This is the power couple dynamic.
Oh, there's a economizer ring for you.
Where are we?
To Waffle. Your other seed now has economizer ring.
Yeah. Can I fix this? There we go. Well, kind of.
Can you fix it?
I'm in BK again. I forgot to pull off my BK.
Damn.
Well, I guess I can do that. Oh, yeah, I did do the door skip because I'm still over here. Oh, I can go. Yeah, I can do all this out of logic.
And just the plasma geyser. Okay.
Still missing keycard B, but that's fine. Keycards B and C. So yes, I'm technically in BK, so I'm gonna leave the thing up, but I broke logic, so I can be here. I have keycard A. That's my spider hell. Fuck that. Wait. Right? Unless you're hurting for emblems, Aiden.
No, actually, I can make it to Cannon's Core. Isn't it cool that I picked Emerald Hunt instead of fucking Biolizard?
Right.
Almost like someone predicted that would happen.
It always fucking murders me. I don't understand it. Owen and Sab both run Emerald Hunt.
Guess what keycard I still don't have? That is C, which is required for that boss up there.
Did you have enough points to redeem Voltorb Flip? Fucking Christ. It's coming. It's coming. She's either gonna do it like in a really fucking really terrible spot during this scene, or right now while I'm complaining about it, or she's gonna wait till I hit Detroit and be like, I'm so excited to be back and streaming and entertaining you all.
That was so.
Oh,
I'm just fucking here.
Select a stage.
Isn't this so much fun where we're breaking logic? Wait, am I missing something? I swear I'm missing a chest up here somewhere. I got that one. See, what gets me is that I can't use the thing to say, hey, am I missing something? Because it's out of logic. I shouldn't be here. I don't have B. And that's Spider Hell.
So here's my current hang up, real quick.
Yeah.
I need 10 more points to hint. I need another upgrade item to get the thing, to get the iron boots, to get both of your things. So I just have to kind of go fuck around at other places and get hit points real quick. So that's my hang up now. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
Well,
there might be
fire.
a skip to that, but if there is, I have not learned it. It seems pretty fucking difficult to cheat.
Alright.
Blood Orb is so strong. Against... Oh, jeez.
4 of my 10 Timespinner pieces.
I made a simple mistake that didn't even kill me. Oh. Ooh.
Oh. I was hitting dash instead of jeweler box flip switch.
Oh. I do shit like that sometimes.
Oh, 648 damage on
the love of fuck. Yep. Actually, Julia, to be fair, I think I also might have set a limit on how many times you can redeem Voltorb Flip in one stream.
That would make sense.
You might want to double check that before. Like, I like your evil plan. I hate it. So I see where you're coming from as a fucking deviant in society. But I might have limited that. So like, I'm not planning like a fun stream, and then someone makes me do 50 minutes of Voltorb Flip. I mean, it's your channel points. Oh, I see.
And I'm in lab.
You just always want the threat of it. I love
That's
it.
fucking amazing, actually. I hate that a lot, but it's very fucking funny to me.
Yep. Anyway. Oh, I can't even do lab because B. Oh, wait. But guess what? That's,
Now you're understanding how I play this game.
Yeah. Ooh, Chaos Blades!
No way.
Ooh. Oh, which one do I replace? Because I have Blood, Iron, and Fire. Ah!
Gotta say, I didn't know Tails' theme from Sonic Adventure 1 had a guitar solo, but now that I'm hearing it twice, it kinda rips. Sort of Damocles, but as Orb of Voltocles. I also updated the channel redeem. It's little sprite of Voltorb now. So that's neat.
Got it! Hey. Oh, geez, where do I go from here now? Because I'm used to seeing, okay, here's orange, here's where I need to go. Well, I guess first things first. Ooh, iron is strong against those. First things first, let's see what the item over here is. It is, unfortunately, I gotta see what it is. Because it's a archipelago item.
Archipelago.
So I'm
Time
gonna
to get
go...
cease and desist letters from Nintendo. Maybe.
For what?
For having one of my channel redeems is the icon for Voltorb Flip, and the full stream Voltorb Flip is just the fucking sprite from like Emerald, I think. Like, at least the Bellsprout one I made is like a redraw of the Soul Silver one, so it's fine. The Voltorb Flip one is literally just Voltorb Flip. It's literally just a Voltorb.
Damn it.
If they hadn't got me for all the other bullshit I do on my streams, I don't think they're gonna notice Voltorb sprite. But it is Nintendo.
They care way more about the fact that you do randomizers than
That's true.
anything else.
Funny, because that's one of the only things that isn't AP related that I do randomizers of. Like, I'm not really a randomizer streamer. I just really like multi-world randomizers. Pokemon, however, tickles something in me. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I like it.
Oh wait, I don't need to go here, right? Because my... Oops. Oh, can I scroll this? I can, okay. You do not need a high potion for me going through Spider Hell. No. Okay. I am not going through Spider Hell for a potion. High potion or not.
High potion, mid potion, low potion, don't give a shit.
It's over here. Just another emblem.
So many emblems. This is not the first time that I've like also done this and I've gotten everything that I need to do by a lizard like really early in an emerald hunt seed. It fucking sucks. And people in chat being like, yeah, you set up a really annoying thing with like 7 progression items. Here's the thing, hypothetically, it could be the first 7 progression items
Fire.
that
Kill it with
everyone
fire.
gets.
Okay.
There's
Okay,
nothing
kill it with
stopping it from doing that.
And kill it with fire. Good to know.
I would love to kill the sea with fire.
It's dead. That was easy. Huh. More fire.
I've got this. No way.
Why don't you...
Fuck! Never is normal. Okay. Take that.
Sorry, somebody redeemed the random soundbite command in my chat, and it made a funny fuck noise, so I decided to scream fuck back at them in communication. With
Understandable.
singularity. I think so.
Oh, a gear. I need my spindle. That's it.
Hell yeah.
Spindle and I'm go mode.
Damn.
Even though I very much broke logic to get here,
Do you know where it is?
I can find out. I have too many points.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, I'm getting there anyway.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm about there. I literally just have to beat whoever's at Genza, go across the courtyard, go up from the courtyard at the end, and I'm there. And then I'm done.
Virtue smoked us.
Well, I only did 1 seed this time. Oh, Sandman.
Sandman.
Oh, he's weak to fire. Makes sense. He's
Yeah.
made of sand. It makes sense. He's made of sand, and fire. What fire does to sand is it turns it into glass. Which, hey, oh look, he's glass all of a sudden. No, no. And that's it. Ah, poison trap, sorry. See, this is where I would... If I had my spindle, I would have... Dum. Damn it. Oh wait, this is just a check here. Oh!
That's a Chaos Emerald. I need those.
I know you do.
Awesome. Thank you.
There it is. I'm in go mode.
All right.
Sorry, Waffle.
So.
I'm fine. All of the enemy traps so far, I have been like at a screen transition when they get sent to me.
That's hilarious. Anyway.
Sunglasses.
That
Yeah,
could be
here we go.
useful.
Well, here goes. So I start with boots.
In Sandman slot?
Yeah.
Probably should say before I do this, but we have 200 hit points on this one.
Damn.
That's my favorite thing to say.
Got it. Okay.
Julie,
Boots
I
is
know it's your
down.
favorite thing to say.
Who's that
What?
nightmare?
Who's that nightmare?
Azure Queen.
Oh,
That's actually kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny because they're the same.
known
They're
it.
the same. They're the same location. Just past versus future, or past versus present.
should have known it with that in birds.
Oh, I just realized it keeps the music from the boss you're supposed to be fighting.
Yes. Nice little touch there.
Ow! Damn it! I almost did that one. I almost did this fight without damage. There we go.
GG.
Well,
Well,
kind of easy to tell how many bonks I have, seeing as I never got my sash.
Uh-huh.
Are you ready for release? I see Waffle is.
oh, I'm always ready for release.
Okay.
You had the other fucking emerald too? Hell yes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you had my blue chaos emerald too. The rules.
And white.
Oh
White,
shit!
blue.
I'm almost
Yeah,
done.
I had 2 of your Chaos Emeralds.
I think that puts me at 6. Oh, the air shoes! I need that to get Waffle's thingamajig.
All right. Heck yeah.
Where was it? Hold on. Now I gotta go see, where was it? Air shoes. Oh no, that was Waffle sent it, never mind.
Oh.
Waffle sent the air shoes. So
To-
it
to
wasn't
me,
mine.
It just says sent on mine. It's just a big. It's just a big fucking received
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
in big pink text. That
Oh.
means nothing to me.
I don't think I hit my head. No, because you didn't. You didn't even get the thing to hit a head.
You gotta get the check for hitting your head.
Nope, I skipped that check. See, I broke logic all the time, including bonking my head. Never bonked my head. Broke logic. Oh, wow. I'm actually first done. Damn, this is not usual.
I was gonna say by probably a long shot, but like that was a lot of chaos emeralds you just fucking gave me.
That was only 2 in the end part. I just had gotten a 3rd one right before I finished.
3 out of 7.
3 out of 7. Plus, I sent you your cyan one earlier, so yeah, I have 4 of your emeralds.
Jesus Christ. Hell yeah.
You know where your last one is? Is that faster for you to just finish?
Actually, yeah, it might be.
I'm just gonna exit the stage. I hate the stage. I need one more. I don't think I have enough hit points for it.
You might actually, because remember,
Because of-
Oh, I do.
I just collected,
Okay.
so all those hidden points are now yours. Or all of those checks are now hidden points.
Chaos Emerald, I think it is. It is in the library backer room terminal in the Waffle one. It's easy. I can just go get the thing you need while I wait.
Yeah, I need my tablet and
Yeah, you need a tablet. If it's
I have the. Wait, no, that's not.
your
Yeah, I
tab.
need tablet. That's it. But yeah,
All right. Did you hint for
I do
tablet?
not have.
I'll go get your other thing.
You should. Oh, you should. You can be able. You can do it now since I released or collected. Since I collected, you can do that now.
And that's in soup. Okay, so I can get that.
Yay! Anyway, so which of you think is going longer? Obviously, if it depends on if either of you are doing anything after. Because if Aiden isn't, then I'm definitely gonna send everyone to Waffle.
Oh, what do you think, Waffle?
I mean, it sounds like you are closer to finishing than I am.
Yes, absolutely.
What time is it right now?
It is 10:20 on the eastern coast.
Oops. Oh, well, hey, Aiden, to get the thing, you gotta, like, actually go get it. I don't know. I might do something after this.
Bye, Shadow.
I probably will do some async checks after this as well.
Alright, I'll just raid into the Waffle. Send y'all over to Waffle.
Okay.
Oh my fucking lord.
Soup.
This is
But
not a
yeah,
hard mission.
Anyway, I'm gonna poop out a little bit.
You got what?
I'm gonna poop out a little bit.
Oh.
Okay.
No, captions. No, I did not say that. I said boop.
That's what I
that's
captions
not-
and I are on the same page.
Yeah, that's also not what I heard either.
Okay.
We're gonna have to bleep that out.
We're
I
on
said
the
Oh my god.
Julie hit the random sound bite and it said, we're gonna have to bleep that out.
Okay, look, we're raiding out. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Are you out?
Out!
Bye.
Bye.
I was
And
like,
hi!
does boop out- Okay, I was like, does boop out for a bit mean you're leaving?
I was going to mute, and then, of course, I misspoke, made it a
Okay.
hilarious thing, and I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna raid out. Fuck it.
Alright. Thank
Also, hi,
you for the
Weaponstain.
raid, Virtue.
No, I was going to mute and
Mhm.
deafen so I could do an outro before raiding, but then it didn't matter because I said something, y'all heard something else, and I'm just like, fucking raid. So,
Stream is hard.
and there's a WEF in a other server. Oh, I gotta hit stop streaming. Ah!
Yes,
forgetting.
don't forget to do that.
I mean, I was going to close it. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta stop streaming too.
Damn.
Blah 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 blah. My girlfriend is pawing at me.
Ah.
It's adorable. And now she's pouting because she doesn't like being called adorable. Although she actually does really like it.
Oh, I got confused. It's a Skyro 5. Alright.
Anyway.
Wait,
Bow?
what?
Yes, exit. Can close up the VTube studio because I'm not doing that no more. I don't need you anymore.
What the?
I can set you
I
as
need to do Emperor's Tower in the other game?
yeah. Because the only thing I've got to do is my own checks, but I don't like having to switch. If I were doing other Timespinner checks, I would have just said, you know what? Let me go do my async checks for Timespinner. But I don't have any async checks for Timespinner yet because I didn't get anything.
Can I get tablet?
What I did get was my progressive glove in my Link to the Past seed, and that opens up a hell of a lot.
Hey, Wef, how's it going?
Waffles. So Waffle Jeffle. Jeffle Waffle?
Either or.
No, I need my water mask.
What am I trying to get for you right now? I don't remember.
I mean,
Dry Lagoon 3.
yeah.
What am I... What's the item?
My water mask for soup.
Okay, it is the water mask. Alright. That's what I was
Yes.
asking. Just curious.
You
It doesn't
but
change
there-
that I'm beefing it at this fucking stage 5
Yeah,
million times.
you're supposed to wait for the zappy to stop and then bap it.
Yeah?
Well,
Bap it
that's what
out.
you're doing, so I figure you need some help there.
Nah.
Look, I'm all for unconventional ways of doing things. But you look
I
like
will
you're
say-
really struggling.
Have you seen me run this in AP? I do all kinds of unconventional shit.
Oh, I know.
I'm hard BK in all my async games. Didn't you finish Super Mario World like day one?
She released, yes.
Lol.
Technically, it is still effectively like a BK since you can't do anything in it. I mean, obviously it's not actually BK.
It's not BK.
Start a trainer battle and just be like, I'm gonna rest my eyes for a bit and play the game on sound cues alone. Yeah, you kind of get over leveled sometimes in trainer sanity. Just do that. Alright.
Oh,
Hopefully this isn't flooded.
I'm trying. I'm almost at the item I need to get
Of
the
course
item that
it's
you
flooded.
need.
I deserve that.
Hopefully it's not flooded. Flooded.
Woof.
We're just gonna hit the clip that button.
Yeah, that's definitely a clippable moment. Hopefully it's
Fucking
not
Shadow
flooded.
T-Hedgehog. I have 1 badge on my trainer sanity seed. My asexual is like 50. Interesting. I don't see what your Pokemon sexuality has to do with whether or not you can do the seed. I think you're BK'd regardless, but good for you.
You realize that after this week, she's going to permanently be able to just bap you for those always.
You say, never mind. Oh my god. Oh my god! This is gonna hit by everything. That's what I want to know. Shadow, what the fuck was that? I just should have done a bounce bracelet. What the fuck was that? I have a massive collection of Squishmallows. I can what?
Beat her in the head. with-
Here we go.
I think beam. I think beam is the word you're looking for.
Um,
I'm pretty sure that's the turn of phrase is beam. Beam her in the head. All right, I got my fucking iron boots now.
Nope, it's beam.
Gotta go
Yep,
fast, bitch.
It's bean. It is bean.
Yeah, it is Bean.
It comes from baseball.
Oh,
What the
didn't know that.
fuck?
Hmm?
Okay, cool. Wait, I thought your thing was in 8 quarters 3. Oh, that's where Virtue's thing was. Your thing is in
Oh.
Dry Lagoon 3. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't go there yet. That would have been embarrassing. I was just on the menu, like, what the fuck is happening?
Uh-huh.
The good news for you, my friend, is that I'm pretty sure I remember where the fuck that is without having to look it up in the guide.
Amazing. Oof, level up, nice. I think I gotta reload the things. I think I'm a bit delayed on both of them. Of course, it's gonna spawn an ad on both of them. Nice.
Mm.
So I can see nothing. Nothing. Ooh, another power. I said that. Hey, I don't tag me if all you get is a star.
I got it.
Key card B on Luna though.
Did you know you got a star?
Oh, take it easy for me.
It's not useful. I got the good B bottle
Select
from Ozone.
stage.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, so
Good. What is
So where did I
this?
say my last Chaos Emerald was?
SSL.
Library backup room. So I'm just waiting then, pretty much.
Shoot.
Right?
I'm trying to remember which world SSL is. Off the top of my head, I can't think.
Shifting Sandland.
Of it. Thank you. Wait,
So I need.
that's the only. I literally have one. Damn it! I literally have one thing left in that, and it's the red coins, which is from the wing cap, which I just got earlier today.
My.
Ugh. Okay, I'm not gonna bother with 64 yet. I only have one thing to get, and then it's literally that red coin star.
Are Rouge the Bat's lashes and eyeshadow tested on animals? That's a weird way of wording it, but yes, they're used on, the anthropomorphic creatures that are in the world. I don't know if Rouge and Amy used the same eyeshadow and the mascara or not. That's something you'll have to take up with Sonic Team or a very dedicated fan.
What I want to know is where's the iSonic?
Whoops.
The what?
The iSonic. You were saying they use eyeshadow. Where's the iSonic?
That's true. I don't know, Mobius Sephora.
Fair.
You know one of those? You should ask them. You should ask them the ethics of the fucking. Whatever. Whatever. Whatever.
Hold on one
So I
second.
need to get the Emperor's Tower in Soup's World. What do I need?
That was so-so.
Oh, so my fiance and one of her other girlfriends are memeing with their Discord and Steam names. They're basing it off of Daniel and the Cooler Daniel, except it's Lesbian Fox and the Cooler Lesbian Fox. And I'm just like, you two are fucking dorks, and I love you both.
Right. This is the one. I was already on this guy.
Rick, I can't focus. I need to go to Virtue Past, which is my...
There's no time. You gotta focus. It's an async.
Oh wait, I don't need to. I don't need to get the. I just hit this button and it opens up the things I need.
Yeah.
What I need to hit is. Oh. What I need to hit. What is?
You need to hit the wall?
Yes, I need to hit the wall.
Should I shout out Waluigi again?
Yes, do it. No, please.
Okay.
I'm good.
What do you mean? You want me to do it or not?
No, you're good. I don't actually need to do it. I'm just being silly.
I'm in the text. Okay, fine.
Oh
we
my
won't shout out the other streamer. Timespinner Rail can be found at Mad Space One. Well,
Oh, put it down.
I have all the items. It's just that Mad Space is a fucking slut. So, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
I can hypothetically do that.
Lua scripting. Bap. Okay. Then we get my emo tracker one. Lua scripting. But I gotta get emo tracker. No, what? I didn't wanna. I hit the wrong thing. I opened Epic Games Launcher instead of opening emo tracker. And I just misclicked because it was right in there. I'm like, arg.
I have this cool fucking thing from working in warehouses for like 10 years that like my fingers will just like double click shit. Thanks.
Oh, lovely.
You're welcome.
I need to sit down for 10 seconds every once in a while and just think about, you know, where I'm headed in life. It's good for everybody. I recommend the chat. Maybe you all need a little bit of the chaos control trap in your real lives every once in a while.
Turn that on, let it connect. There we go. Now I have that one connected. Pull this up. Oh, I guess I need to shoot it even smaller.
Do I have everything hinted for go mode in both my seeds?
There we go.
Yes. I don't need to do checks along the way and just do the required things.
All right. Anyway, progressive glove. Let's go to Sanctuary, because guess what I need? Rupees. Progressive glove.
The glove brand they use to give us like gloves at the job I just quit. It's called like Pro Glove, and they have them in these boxes that are just like hanging around like behind like the resources desk or whatever the fuck. So every time I walked by them, because I'm a fucking nerd, I don't read it as Pro Glove. I read it as Pro Glove. Which I don't need boxed. I already got plenty of that. Chat, music jokes are funny.
Yes, they are. Oh shit, rats.
7-foot rats.
Wait. Oh. I'm here.
Can you bust up the arm cannon and fashion it into a makeshift wheel so I don't have to do the rest of the stage?
I got some Hyrule Castle checks now.
Nope. Fortunately, there's no way to clip into the final boss room.
I'll
the wheel.
try. I'll just keep trying then, I guess.
Oh, small key. Wait. Where does the small key go in Hyrule Castle?
I assume in the lock.
Oh my god.
You can kick me from my own Discord server at any time. Actually, I guess you can.
I
Fuck.
cannot.
Damn it. Oh god, I almost hit restart. I would have fucking
Right, so-
shat myself. Anyway.
So the boomerang.
Here.
So the boomerang kills bats, but not the rats. That's enough.
Only other thing is Emperor's Tower.
And that's there. Okay.
Oh.
Hairpin, so we don't have to power down the lab. Okay.
Oh yeah. Still need my lamp.
My hair's too thick and curly for fucking hairpins. If succubus hairpin was a thing I needed in real life to save my life, I'd be fucked. I'd be doing singular jumps for the rest of my living days.
Oh, I can get King Zora's thing now because I can get over there.
Don't you already have double jump because you're trans?
No, that's a
true.
common misconception.
I mean, it's a
Trans girls
common
do not
misconception.
have-
You can't double jump?
No, we air dash.
Oh my god.
Trans girls air dash, not double jump.
I've been lied to.
Yes, you have been. We've all been lied to.
Where is the gosh dang freaking fucking missile? I don't want this missile. I want this. I don't want. I'm just missing this missile.
You want that missile?
I want that missile. I need to radiate to everyone in chat and Waffle specifically because they're waiting for the fucking thing that I'm withholding from them. This stage is like the worst. People complain about Cannon's Core. They're incorrect. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. They're wrong. This is the worst.
I have flippers, so I can't go up this way.
Unless you know like where every possible place the emerald pieces can fucking spawn on the stage, this stage was made by someone who fucking hates children.
I mean, that's valid.
Hating children?
Yeah.
Okay. I think children are fine. They're just not allowed in my streams. I can appreciate them from a very, very far distance.
Okay, that's fair. Can appreciate them for what. Appreciate them as a reminder of what you do not ever fucking want.
Children are the future. Get them the fuck away from me, though. How do I navigate this fucking stage?
You just do.
I'm trying my hardest. It doesn't.
Anyway, up to King Zora I go. Yeah.
How did? Oh my fucking god! This stage sucks so bad. I don't know if I mentioned it yet.
There's tablet.
No. Mirror is only for dark world to light world. Understood. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure.
Okay, does this go where I need? Oh, there we go.
Alright, here we go.
Thanks for the
Doors
emerald.
River.
How many more of those do you need?
No, absolutely zero. Like negative 27 of them, probably.
I have completely forgotten what the
There's your Chaos Emerald.
Fucking what?
Think I'm going the right way? I think. I hope. I really hope I'm going the right way. Not this way, I know it's not, yeah.
I'll shut the fuck up about it after this. I want to reiterate that doing this entire stage is literally like 5 times faster than like me doing good at Mad Space. It's such a fucking shit stage.
Oh.
Where's my last gear? Hint for it.
Damn it, I fell.
Sealed cave sirens after chest. What? How did I miss that? Okay.
Oh, if they stay in the water, the boomerang actually damages them. Got it. If they jump out, the boomerang stuns them. Hello, King Zora. I have 500 rupees. Give me an item. My refresh ultra. Ah!
Oh, I need elevator keycard for that.
Might as well. I have over 1,000 rupees, and I don't need a large spending for anything else, so might as well. Plus, it's another check.
You can get your Hylian kids through Hylian College.
All right.
Well, no, the King Zora can get his Zora kids through Zora College.
Oh.
Because I just gave him the 500.
He's royalty. You could already get. Fuck that. Fucking Sora. Fuck that
Yeah, I
guy.
know, right? Right? Fuck it.
I'm gonna release.
GG. Sounds good.
You good? Okay.
Yes.
Here we go.
Wow. Alright, let's see what else I got.
That was one of the better Emerald Hunt seeds that I've done on stream, and that sucks. It was fun, just like, The last one I did on stream lasted, what?
You did. You sent me my blue orb, so just plus.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny. I can fight the boss of the Desert Palace, I just can't access all of the keys. Wait, did I get a dungeon key for that?
This is my promise I made.
Did I get a dungeon key for... No, I didn't. I still only have the dungeon key for Oh no, that is where I have the big key.
Who's dungeon keeper?
Fucking sword. No, I have the big key for Desert Palace. Just like all of the things all at once.
Yep.
I have someone seen that movie.
Everything everywhere all at once. Yes, indeed.
All the things all at once.
All the things occurring at the same time. Yes. Oh, you're doing a Geyer check?
Yep. I need to do this to get my elevator key card to get my last gear.
Oh, that's not terrible. Zarion.
Shadow to carry out the revenge on all those who
At least you have time stop for it.
I forgot I had it.
Hedgehog who gave his life to save this planet. Shadow the Hedgehog.
I guess you're right.
Is Blue Orb plus or something?
It is, yes.
Because of all the great things he accomplished in his life. He was my hero, and I wanted to be
You missed. You still got poison. It sucks because it looks like it's resisting to it.
I don't know, but what I do know is we all did it together.
You're right.
See, I actually do the opposite when I was doing the
What's next for you, Rouge? Off again to find those jewels
when I
you
was
love
doing
so
it
much?
Nah, I think I'm gonna give up this line of work.
Are they doing it as part of the async? I don't remember.
I should have been using Shadow Seal.
I forgot if I was doing it as part of the async or if it was last week's.
It'll all work out. You'll see.
If you say so.
But I was doing it somewhat out of logic, I think.
What's the matter, Sonic?
Or I don't remember exactly. There's your key card, okay.
Come on, let's go. Dude, the planet is cool and blue as me.
But-
Everybody, it's meme time. Here we go. Everybody, look, it's time.
Memes!
Here it comes. Chat.
Sayonara.
Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog! Woo! Yeah! He says it every time.
You are something else.
Sonic. Me 30 minutes ago? No, Jeff, stop bullying me. I'm not a fucking Sonic fan. I'm not cringe. I don't like Sonic that much at all. 30 minutes later, Sonic's gonna say this thing he says at the end of every scene.
Let's see, I have 5.
I didn't just get for my warp beacon. Yeah, whatever. I have this.
Wait, I have all 8 of my Hyrule Castle checks? Since when? Since when do I have all 8 of
Faster
my
here.
Hyrule? Did I actually get the 3?
Crash like chest 1. That's not bad.
Did I actually get all 4 of them in Escape? I guess I did, because it's showing all 8 checks complete in Hyrule Castle on the tracker. Showing 1 in Skullwoods. Yep, I know which one that is. Wait, Skullwoods. Oh, that's... no. I don't know. 2 in the Desert Palace.
Stop.
Oh, I
Long
see.
game.
Yellow is if I break.
I was about to go do this check, and it's in the other game.
Oh, I thought you were perturbed by me being smacked into the rhythm.
No.
No, you're fine.
Cool.
Oh.
In that case, we're just going to do the pyramid.
Okay, let me see. I still need my lamp. Oops, excuse me.
A
I
new
gotta
day
go
brings no adventure. All for now. Rest easy, heroes.
We just
All
beat that
those-
game.
Wait a minute, I can... Oh, I can beat the boss of Desert Palace. Okay. That's what it's saying I can do.
Select a stage.
I see now.
I don't have async checks, but I do have half sync checks I could do for K. But I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm probably gonna jump out of call.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna go to the bathroom and then I don't know, whatever.
Have good nights then.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Delicious.
I'm gonna try. Thanks for multi-worlding with me, everybody. You know, it'd be crazy if before I rated, I like just did this fucking shit right here.
Bomb. Nice. All right. Next. So
Wow.
now I know for next time with an async for A Link to the Past, grab one progressive sword and the lamp, because otherwise early game is suffering.
Sure.
Oops.
Let's watch this sick Geico ad, everybody.
I don't have double jumps. I can't practice light walk skip.
The raid has been created. There's like 4 seconds to go. That's just what OBS said. It was a little slow.
Frickin'
Waffle soup, I'm gonna raid you now.
Sounds good.
Frickin' vulture.
Hey.
It's
Aiden,
me.
thank you for the raid.
Wow.
It is a you.
No problem.
Wow, it's
I think the stream froze on my end though, so I'm just. Oh, never mind. There it goes. There I am.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Well.
don't forget to stop streaming.
I'm streaming the rest of the seed.
Oh, right.
Why did I mute myself? Did I mute myself? No,
Well,
turn
if you
off the
rate it
thing.
out, don't forget to stop your stream.
No, I'm doing it for the VOD. Wait, is this async or is this the seed? That we were doing.
Excuse you. Not very nice of you.
We cannot survive
I
another
muted
one of
myself.
those.
Wait, this is the end of the seed, right? Of this one? Of this
Yes.
multi-world? Okay. I was
Well,
confused
no.
for a moment.
This is the end of this world, and I still have to beat the final 2 bosses in the other one.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'll be back then. I'm gonna go pee.
Okay.
Oh,
Preemptive GG while I go. I'll be back.
love to have some. Love to have my half magic. Sheesh. Ow!
Alright, got a little cocky there.
Of course you did.
Yeah, just gonna get those healed.
Damn it! Of course, it doesn't even give me anything good. Where am I even going? It says I can fight the boss, but I don't know if I actually can.
That was almost very dangerous. Okay.
Yeah.
I have never seen Boots' claw attack pull you into him before, but
Yeah,
okay.
that was definitely interesting. Then you're so distracted you. Yeah. Nope, definitely interesting. Sandman boots. So it's a lot of freaking health. Well, at least it's already halfway done. Up there it is. I'm gonna say, well, at least it's halfway. Oh, no, never mind. And Emperor Nubius. Didn't realize this was dad percent. Isn't he resistant to blue orb?
No, he's resistant to Aura. So, Aura Blast, which I'm using as well. But,
Oh, okay. One of those.
actually, no.
It's
Don't
it's
trust
just
myself.
like, it's just like how Ifrit is resistant to the fire part, but not the actual blade that he drops.
Yes.
One of those weird things.
There we go.
Yay! GG.
One game done.
Where is it? Where is it?
Thank you for the exclamation points.
That one's real. I came in just in time.
Just in time. I say 3 bonks.
5.
Yes. Okay. I was just about to say that. I'll guess 7 then.
Okay.
13. Alright.
Damn!
Shit.
Where was my hairpin?
So how do I actually get to the boss in the desert?
Keys of Banishment. Underwater left chest. Okay. So I could have gotten that. I just didn't know that was there. What did I just finish? Waffle. Okay.
Waffles ape.
There it is. Okay. So, desert power.
Sorry.
Where? Hold on. Where is the?
Excused.
Thanks. I'm disgusting from time to time.
Oh,
me
right.
not to buy my grass. What's up?
I forgot I can do the, I can move the block that's blocking the other parts of the, Desert Palace.
Hey, cool. I don't have any plus orbs in this seed.
Oh, rip. Do you at least have any neutrals?
Yeah, got a couple of those.
Damn. Oh, okay, good.
Green, I guess.
Come on. Bombs. Damn it. Alright. No, it's a rupee. Of course it's just a freaking rupee.
Damn.
Also just a freaking rupee. No! No! Running. This is the wrong way. No! Stop looking at me. I said stop looking at me.
Okay. I thought I was dead there. Fine.
Oh, I didn't realize it's only 33 HP. That was really close, actually.
Yeah.
I went to the wrong door. I did. I went to the wrong. I'm in the wrong freaking area.
Okay. That just killed us in one shot. Cool. I probably have better gear, don't I? Yeah, we've been having a traveler's cloak this whole time. Okay.
Oh, I didn't actually take damage from that. Interesting.
Yes. If you coin for one more defense. Okay.
Oh, nice. This is where I need to be. I need to leave here. And
Cool. That's an extra 50 damage on our Jin Infernos, too.
There we go.
That'll work.
Uh-huh.
Gold door.
There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Now we're ignoring all of these. Fuck you. Actually, let me go back and see if any of those have hearts. That one does, okay. Let's see what I can do here. Is fight boss. Hopefully I can.
Was gonna congratulate you by saying that was a good daddy, but then I realized like that sounds fucked up to say in several contexts. So I just wanted to let that thought process be known to everyone involved.
20 rupees, don't even care. Now the question is, do I have enough? Ow! Ow! Fucking Beamos. I hate the Beamos so much. No. Damn it. I hate piles so much. Come on, please have hearts. Here. Oh, I can't get to the boss.
There we
I don't have my-
go.
I was gonna say
can't-
she's gotta be close.
Or can I? Wait, can I even fight this boss?
Thank you for the exclamation points.
Twice.
Can I even fight this boss? I guess I'm about to find out.
I'll just go with 7 bonks again.
Oh, never mind. It's not the one I thought it was.
Not 8.
I don't have a guess. Sorry.
5. Okay.
Damn.
Right. This is the one I didn't get movement for a while, I think.
Oh, gotcha. Well,